Hey guys, what's going on? FlyMyPawn here, and welcome back to Sevtech Ages. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we managed to go up a tier in rockets, we managed to get a bunch of supplies, we got to Uranus, that sort of thing. And yeah, we basically situated ourselves, we got some supplies. I wasn't able to get all the materials I wanted, but that's fine, that's alright. We'll get more as we go on. But for this stream in particular, what we're going to be doing is we're not going to be doing space travel, funny enough. No, we're going to be doing something completely different. So, without further ado, let's just get into things, see what happens, and yeah, because the goal is to make some power sources, multiply some ore by 5 times, and as much as I can feasibly think of within the time frame. So, without further ado, let's just get into things and see what happens. I really should consider deleting some saves, I must admit, because as much as I love the saves, they're not doing anything for me, I don't think, are they? They're just making my game lag, if anything, because extra memory in them. But I digress. It's something I'll worry about later, not something I need to worry about now. But that's besides the point. So, what did I do last stream? Or at least between streams. There was a tiny bit that I did, but nothing too amazing. So, the first thing you're going to notice is I've made a setup of some kind over here. I've added a bunch of energized smelters that are currently working towards making some grit. There is a reason for this, you'll understand why in the near future. There is also enrichment chambers I've set up. There is crushers I've set up. These are all going to be organized and automated in some sense of the word. I just haven't gotten around to building those modifications yet. There is a reason for this design. It'll become more apparent later, but just know that there's a reason for this, and it's going to play an integral role in design for the base, or at the very least design for the second thing I have on my checklist, which is multiply ore value. But that is something we're going to worry about next. The first order of business I want to focus on is making a new power source, because as you know, my power has been dwindling every now and again, and it's been making things a lot more troublesome in more than one way. Because as much as I like making all these biofuel generators, it's only providing so much power. And I kind of want to up the ante there, because while it is nice, sticking at 3k energy when you use the induction smelter is not a good thing. I kind of need that induction smelter working 24/7, if I can make it happen, that is. So, first, we're going to see if there's any RF recipes we can rely on. Alright, let's see. What do we got? We've got immersive engineering stuff, we've got energy tablets, we've got induction cells which stores energy, but we need something that makes energy. So, in that case, what can we use in this circumstance? I guess industrial foregoing is the natural choice. Alternatively, we could see if there's any reactors we can rely on. There is an actual bioreactor. Let's see. The bioreactor uses all types of seeds, foodstuffs, and plants to generate CF. To do this, just place the items in its GUI. If you try this out, you'll notice that it doesn't generate that much power by default. However, the more different kinds of plant seeds and foodstuffs it has, the more it will generate. This requires empowered Nori crystals and iron casing, but how much CF does it generate, though? That's the question. There's canola and oil, heat collector. Heat collectors provide 40 CF a tick. This doesn't provide a number. There's solar panels, which provide 8 CF a tick. Canola and oil, which is not something I'm going to focus on. And there is a leaf generator, which does provide 300 CF per leaf broken. Okay, so if I have something like a placer, then I could start placing leaves, but that is fine. I'm not too worried about that. Is there any generators I can rely on then? Coal generator, oil generator, flux generator. We've got fuel buckets, coal generators. I could use fuel from Galacticraft to run a turbine generator. It would calculate 1,500 RF, but I do believe the biofuel generator provides, yeah, 160 RF a tick, which is 640 RF per. Okay, what else is there while I'm at it? Well, I mean, now that I think about it, that's only in turbine generator. What else is there? There's the simple generator versions, which provides something, I guess. Ender generator. 30,000, 512,000 if I use Dragon Breath. The Nether generator might be a worthwhile investment. I'd need nether stars, but considering how much power it provide, that'd be pretty good temporarily. There's the soul generators, which, if we use an egg, that's just powerful. And then, of course, there's the upgradable soul generator, which I'm not even sure what's going to happen there. But I can't level that up. No. We need something significant. Let's see. What can I use? What can I use? I could use a normal generator here, but that wouldn't do as much as I think it would. Man, it's really hard to figure out one good solution here. That much is for certain. I know there's something like a refinery or something. Hold on. There is advanced generators. Here we go. Okay, let's make a advanced generator. Because if I'm not mistaken, these things are supposedly immensely powerful. And it's also the way I can get steam, which is equally an important value in this. Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to open up a Google link, and we will see how I go about making one of these machines. And if it is a worthwhile investment, I'll probably place it either on this side or this side, and just have it connect up accordingly. I'll remove this because we don't need it. I will do the same for this, because we can just store that away for now. There we go. I'll probably remove this lava bucket once I get, or the lava tube, but that is another issue for another time. Alright. I'm going to open up a Google thing and see what I can find about advanced generators. Okay. Let's see. There's the fandom. Here we go. Advanced Generators is a mod by Bidu based around creating modular power generators. Its blocks are used to create freeform multi-block structures that can support multiple power systems. Resulting machines can be made in any shape and configuration. These generators can be used to simultaneously generate redstone flux and energy units from a diverse type of fuel. Alright, so we got a choice between a gas turbine, a syngas producer, a steam turbine, and a heat exchanger. Alright. So we're going to probably want a... I guess for now, a heat exchanger might be a good one. A heat exchange controller is a machine added by advanced generators. It's used to build the heat exchanger multi-block, which transfers heat between hot and cold fluids. Okay, that doesn't help me, I think. The heat exchanger has a temperature measured in HU and 4 internal fluid buffers, each capable of holding 16 buckets. One for hot fluid input, one for cold fluid input. One for the product fluid from the hot fluid cooling, and one from the product fluid. So what I'm seeing here is that it's just a heat transfer machine. I'm looking for something that actually gives power, though. Alright, in that case, what would be the best choice here? Is there a book in here that I could rely on? I guess not, huh? I guess there's turbines, isn't there? There's the gas turbine, there's a steam turbine. Produces up to 500 RF a tick. Well, let's see. Alright, so I think turbines are what we're looking for. We're looking for a flux generator? Let's see. Alright, our iron turbine produces 100 RF a tick. A gold-plated turbine produces 150 RF a tick with a 110 inertia. A manolin turbine provides 500 RF a tick. Okay, so if I go with manolin turbines, which is basically manolin and manolin turbine blades, which is 5 manolin, mind you, it does take 5 of those, or 5 ingots for 4 blades. What does it take to make manolin? It takes cobalt and ardite, which isn't that hard to make. It's basically just throw it in the arc furnace and forget about it for the most part. Which, it's fine. We can make that work. Alright, how's the, the bitumen here is, overflowing. I should probably do something about that. Alright. Quickly just stuff that in, I guess. Because we can use the bitumen to make other things, I guess. Mainly. Okay. Here's another row. Oh, whoops. You know what? Bugger it. Let's just put the suit in. No need to have it out right now. Okay. Oh, whoops. Wrong bag. Okay, almost done. There we go. And there we go. That's the bitumen sorted and done with. So now that inventory is just fine for the most part. Okay. Let's see. What do we need? There is also the gas turbine I can rely on. But it sounds like either I've got to go with a gas or steam turbine, because that is what works with the turbines, it seems. So, let's see. What does a steam turbine do? 1 second. A steam turbine is a machine added by advanced generators. It's used to build the steam turbine generator multi-block, which generates redstone flux or other types of power depending on the blocks used from steam. I need to make steam, though. So that is a thing that I'll need to do first. So before I do that, I'm going to need to make steam, which I think is also a way I need to get steam from the heat exchanger. Hold on, 1 second. Alright, let's see. There is the turbine controller, there's the flux generator, force entry emitter, gas intake, fluid intake. Turbine generators can make power out of it. No, we want the boiler or solar tower. Okay, is there a boiler here, though? This really doesn't help my case here. Yeah, no, this isn't helping. Alright, well, I can try to make it. That's the best I can probably do, honestly. Let's see. A gas turbine controller is a machine added by advanced machinery. It's used to build a gas generator multi-block, which turns redstone flux. Okay. So it looks like gas turbines and steam turbines are the power. The Cygnus producer is a multi-block that produces Cygnus from carbon and either steam or water. Okay, what is Cygnus? The Cygnus producer requires steam of any kind and carbon to produce Cygnus. It's an internal buffer of 32,000 carbon and 32 buckets of steam, and has 4 slots to input items that contain carbon. Okay. Each heating chamber contains 2 carbon. Okay. Each heating chamber consumes 2 carbon each tick to produce 1 HU until the heat buffer is full. When above 150 HU, each heating chamber will also produce steam using any water introduced into the system. Okay, so you need the Cygnus producer to make steam, essentially. Or at least each heating chamber will also produce steam, using any water introduced into the system, at a ratio of 3 millibuckets of steam per 1 millibucket of water. The more heat is contained, the faster the production, with up to 50 millibuckets of steam being produced per tick per chamber at maximum heat. Each mixing chamber is uses 50 carbon and 10 millibuckets of steam each tick to produce a millibucket of Cygnus. Items that contain carbon are consumed at a rate of 1 item per tick per their full carbon value. So as long as I'm using materials, so I could probably ditch like pulp or logs if I so desire. I could do coal, coal dust, charcoal. As long as I'm expending fluids, I can make it happen. Of course, I'm going to need to set up a machine for this, but shouldn't be too hard considering the recipe. I'm going to need... Alright, I'm going to need the Cygnus producer controller to start out with. I'm going to need a single... Alright, so the required is a mixing... single producer controller. Okay, so I think I've roughly got the recipe. Hold on. Alright. So, to make a Cygnus producer controller, I'm going to need a pressure valve, 4 iron frames, 2 iron tubing, a control circuit, and a redstone iron wiring. Each are going to be a difficult recipe to accomplish, but I can make up to specific amounts. This is just to increase the, it's basically to increase the quality of the machine, I would presume. Alright, so let's go with the Cygnus producer controller to start with. We're going to need iron tubing for that. Let's get 64 to start with. Let's get some redstone iron wiring. About 64 just to get that out of the way. Gonna need iron frames. We'll get 64 out of the way just in case. We will get the pressure valve, which is basically 3 iron tubing, so that's easy enough. We only got 21, that's fine, we can just make a bundle more. Let's just get those, there we go. Alright, we are just missing one item out of the Cygnus producer, which is the control circuit. Easy enough though, that's just one item. There we go. And boom. Cygnus controller. So we are going to have the controller be placed, let's say, I don't know, somewhere. Let's say we place it over here, like so. I will need a mixing chamber, of course, and I'm going to need heating chambers if I can make them. We're going to need redstone control modules, machine data ports, basically a bunch of items to add to it. So it is going to be quite the machine. So we'll start with the heating chambers. I can also have 25 mixing chambers, so I should probably do those. Alright, let's start with the mixing chambers. Here we go. Alright, I've got 10 currently. Alright, that's 64. Alright, that's 15. I still need a lot more. Alright. Alright, that's 10 or 25 mixing chambers. I only need I only technically needed one, but I'm doing 25 because I can. And there is no specific design set in place for these. So I'm just going to assume I can make a nice little line for these, basically. And just hope that works. Okay. And I guess I can do it like this. There we go. Now, I will need an energy input and output, but that we'll worry about later. Or, that we will worry about later. I guess technically I could extend it a bit further, but I'm not sure how big this machine's going to be, so we'll worry about that later. Anyways, heating chambers. Okay, so heating chambers, we can install about 10 of them. Okay, we got 4. Alright, we can make a few more. Alright, that's 6. We've ran out, unfortunately, but that's fine. Alright, that is 10 heating chambers. Three. Oh, hold on. It's not it technically is a complete machine, but I'm going to assume it's not. It doesn't. Well, yeah, no, it technically is a complete machine. But I will need fluid inputs and outputs for this to start producing things. Not including the steam and carbon that's going to be going in there. But of course, that's just going to generate as a byproduct, but I digress. We're going to need water to go in, carbon will go... Yeah, so we're going to have an output that has steam. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of stuff that we have to go through. And I think we used up all our iron, actually. Hold on. Yeah, no, we used all our iron for that. Jeez. Alright, let's just get 8 of these. We'll start pumping them in through the... Yeah, we'll start pumping them through the arc furnace. Goodness knows we're going to need it. There we go. We'll get the steel out, put those away. We're going to probably need to mine some iron, I'm thinking. Considering the amount we just pushed through. But it's not going to be that huge a deal all the same. We'll worry about it when we come to it, but we'll figure it out, essentially. I'm not too worried. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. So for a machine like this, let's see, we're going to want an input of water. We're going to want an item input for, I guess, literally anything fuel related. So I guess the most common things would be wood, because we have an infinite, or technically an infinite supply. Okay, so from here, we want to focus on here, and we want to go in the middle like so. No, we want to focus on these two blocks here. This will be a block, this will be a block for inputs. And how do we want to do outputs? I guess we could do an output here. Yeah, let's do an output here. Mine through. Okay, and we'll just mine this one next. There we go. And then we can place the heating outlooks or overlays over here, like so. I've got a mixing chamber here. We can put that, I guess I'll put it here. In that time, we can also take out this one, I guess. If we want, that is. Yeah, we can take out this one. But what we're going to do with it? Well, we're going to need to input two things and then output two, I think. Yeah, so we need to input carbon, which is basically wood. We need to input water, which will then output steam and syntax. Okay, so we're going to need 4 holes anyways, so we'll do it that way. Okay, there we go. So this will probably be the inputs here, I'm thinking. Or at least that's the plan. Let's see. We're going to need fluid output. We need a sensor module, item input, and fluid intake. Okay. We'll make 1 fluid intake, like so. This will input water into the system. Alright, we're going to need an item intake, or item input anyways. Okay, item outputs, we need the item input. There we go. Item input goes here. Then we need 2 fluid output valves. Okay, we just need 2 of them. At least I believe we need 2. Here we go. Fluid output valves, which will go here. One will take out steam, the other will take out the other material. And we'll go from there, because heat will naturally gain over time. Alright. We've got a... I don't know. How do we go about this? We've got specific outputs. Then we got clear internal buffers, which is not an issue. Okay, I think I roughly got it. Now I just need to input the cables, which, I mean, is simple enough. It's just a bit of mining here and there. Okay. Okay, so for this, we're going to need a refined storage stuff. So we're going to need some importers and exporters. Specifically 2 importers, so that way they go into the system. We're going to need 2 exporters. Once we make them, that is. There we go. Formation core, exporter, done. We're going to need cable. There we go. With the cable, we can align ourselves anywhere. Probably going to align ourselves like here. So we can just guide our way through, just casually, like so. Make sure we're all connected. There we go. And with that, we now have our connections. We need an exporter to go into the fluid intake and into the item intake. From here, we make it a fluid type. Alright, now we need water. I will take a bucket when I get the chance. So we'll quickly fill it through the method here. There we go. Now we have a water bucket. We move it over to the fluid intake, which we place as water. And then it'll pour just respectfully in there. Okay, now that it's got water, it's basically fine to run. Or at least it's running half of it anyways. Okay. Now with that, we input literally any wood. Let's see. Carbon values are coming up quite well. Literally any wood should work, so I guess we just organize literally every sort of wood that can be used here. I'll focus on vanilla wood mainly to start with, before I focus on anything else. Strictly because I figure the mod pack would be very picky about these sorts of things. And if they don't work, well, I have other options. But considering it said it does work for items, should be fine. Alright, item inputs can include that, this, 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 and this. And there we go, the carbon value is just going nuts, and we got steam. Alright, we've got syngas coming in. Now, I'm not sure how to get syngas out of the machine. That's the issue here. Okay. Well, at the very least, I'm getting steam, so that's not an issue. But... Alright, where's the steam going to? That's the question. Alright, before we do anything any further, let's just do a quick rest. 1 second. There we go. That should get rid of the rain. And now we just gotta figure out how this is gonna work. Well, I mean, I guess I could just use the importers and just specify fluids. Because technically steam is a fluid, as is syngas currently. Let's see. No, for some reason it's not specifying it as a fluid. Okay, output configuration. Alright, machine data port, sensor modules. Okay, well, how do I output is the question. Do I need to literally put this here? Oh, there we go. Alright, there's the syngas. We're going to lock that as a syngas. We're going to make sure that goes into the importer, to which we make sure that it's going to be constantly drained. Alright. Fluid is just going to immediately go through. And because of the machine, it's going to take away syngas. We still have the steam, though. Let's see. It requires steam of any kind, carbon. When above 150 HU, each heating chamber will also produce steam using any water introduced into the system at a ratio of 3 to 1. The more heat is contained, the faster production, which is... Okay, now it's a question of whether I can get steam out as well. Because if I can get steam out of the system, then there we go. Our system's going to be working nice and fluently. Okay. We want this to be a fluid. No, I want this to be specific to something. I want to set this to steam. So let's place this back down. Let's get the importer here to quickly put some cable through it, like so. That way we drain it properly, which we don't, but that's fine. We can just drain it entirely by deleting the fluids entirely. There we go. From there, I guess we get a steam bucket here. Alright, molten plastic, we need steam. There we go. We get the steam, we place it down, we lock that fluid type. And we should be able to siphon the resource now, supposedly, if I am correct. Export fluids. No, it just pours in. Just pours into material that we don't want, which is annoying. So one sec. We empty. Alright. Take that. Put this in here. There we go. Place that down. Lock it. Hello, Ben Snail. How are you doing? I'm currently going through the effort of trying to organize a system for steam alongside something called syngas or something. I'm not entirely sure on the process, but it's something like that. Alright. With that, we put in the fluids like so. And hopefully steam's going to be pulling out. Which it is not. Okay. We've got the fluid tank small, which is 424-135-8346 bottom. But then we also got another input, apparently, which is green. And we've got unregistered millibuckets a tick. The question is steam something I can actually withdraw from this machine? 1 second. Honestly, the only complex thing about the machine is that, yeah, the only complex thing is you really gotta just put water in here, you gotta put wood of any type in there, and it basically does the rest. Honestly, I could probably put stacks in here and it just start pumping carbon out and just start producing something called syngas, like, immensely. What I'm concerned with right now is trying to get my steam out there, or out of this machine, if I can. Because if I can get steam out of the advanced generators, then I'm basically golden here. The point in all of this is to actually find another means to provide power. Because if I can start pulling steam out of this and utilize this syngas or whatever it is, I can probably make it into something fantastic. But yeah, no, the first goal is to try and get steam out of this machine if I can, in order to get a steam turbine controller. Then I link it up with as many Manlin turbines as I can make for now, and then use that to make 500 RF a tick per generator, which will boost up my energy generation by a ton. That is why I'm doing this whole machine in the first place. Well, one of the main reasons anyways, I would suppose. But once I'm done that, I'm going to try and multiply the value of ores, but that is going to come later in the stream. It's just a matter of trying to figure out how I extract steam, which is probably going to require a gas intake, I'm thinking, because that is the only way I can see it working out for us. Alright, let's see. You think somebody would make a... Honestly, I would not be surprised if there's a pollution mod, at least at some points. Or at least literally anywhere. But for the sake of our purposes, it's not going to be that much of a worry, I don't think. Because this is Minecraft, and such things aren't really common. Alright, let's see. Let's see, we've got a flux generator. We've got a gas intake, fluid intake. Sensor, no. Fuel, air mixer. Alright, what does Syngus do? I do have the Twilight mod installed, yes. In fact, I used it in the earlier ages, which I've already passed since then, but I do believe it was an Age 2 thing. I'm currently on Age 5, if that helps you understand where I'm at, which is usually the high-tech stuff. Age 2 would have been where we would have gone into the Twilight Forest, gotten all that fantastical loot. I basically skipped over the compasses here, but all the same. Yeah. Nowadays, it's basically just these machines and just trying to figure out what works at this point. It hasn't been, like, really... It hasn't been really intense or anything. Well, in certain cases, but the big thing about the Age 5 stuff is Galacticraft, which can be... there's mixed feelings on it, I must admit. For myself, I'm finding it somewhat fun, but at the same time, it's really dangerous if you're not careful. Because all it takes is one meteorite to destroy quite a bit of things. Yeah, I know, right? I was considering getting into Abyssalcraft, if only to get the version 3 of the ore multiplier, which would help with the more advanced ores and whatnot. But that is a thing for another time, or at least that was the plan anyways. But for now, it's really just a decision of how I'm going to be doing this. Okay, I don't think Syngus is going to provide me gas, or at least steam. But I'll do a quick Google search. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. You know what? There's an easy way I can go about this instead. Okay. So what I can do here is I'm going to change this setup a little bit. So I'm going to take this out. I'm going to move this to here. So that way I can place in the heating chamber... Well, yeah, no, what I can do is I can take this heating chamber here. I place these two over here instead. I'll place the fluid output here. Alright. And I'm actually going to use Syngus for this, because I can actually use that as a fuel source, technically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the fluid tank here. Alright, there we go. That should give it back. Yep. We chop this down here, like so. Put in this fluid tank here. We cut the line here. Take out this. There we go. Put the importer right here. We make it fluid. We take out Syngus, and there we go. Now, if I'm not mistaken with this recipe, and I should be right, what it will end up doing is, because of the gas turbine, or at least I can start making a gas turbine, and that will be the way I produce power instead. So what I'll be doing is I'll be placing a gas turbine on the opposite side here, and I'll feed it into the wiring here through the energy cable to connect it to the power cells, which will produce a ton of power, I suspect. Which will work. Which will work out pretty well, I'd think. Yeah, that's a lot of power, Jesus. Alright. But while that's working to make Syngus, which is basically the fuel for this mod, I'm going to make a gas turbine controller to start with. And we'll go from there. Alright, we've got most of the materials, but we're still going to need the iron frames. Alright. Gonna need the redstone iron coil. Get 64 of those. We got a gas turbine now, or at least once we get a control circuit. There we go. Gas turbine set up and done. Okay. With the gas turbine, we will place one right here, much like the machine over there, which is technically not done, but that's fine. Alright. Now, I need to check the Advanced Generators mod to see what is required for this gas turbine. Keyword required. Alright, let's see. Ethylene is the most powerful resource that it can consume, but Syngus is probably the most efficient, strictly because it will constantly provide. And it's not like we're going to be using Syngus for anything, after all, so it is literally one of the many fuels that we can use. Although, I guess technically we can... Yeah, it doesn't say we can't use multiple types of fluid. But anyways. First, we're going to need a turbine. Preferably, I'd like to make the mandolin turbine rotors. So that's going to be a bit of a costly endeavor, which is going to be mandolin turbine blades and a mandolin ingot. Mandolin ingots are pretty easy, but we're going to need at least 11 to make each turbine. Thankfully, I do think we have enough resources to make this happen. We just need to turn them into resources more than anything. Yeah, we've got plenty of cobalt, and I do believe the machines down below do process it for us, so we do have that option for us. Ardite's running well. We've got about... We don't have enough to fully set ourselves up, but we do have a lot. Alright, so cobalt will require... Yeah, the cobalt's going to require us to process it, so if we go through the crusher or the Orematic 5000, we could technically crush it that way. In order to do that, we'd have to set up the Orematic, which we theoretically can, but it just takes up too much power currently, so we're instead going to rely on the crushers. We'll get 16 out and just spread them out. There we go. And then we will just split these up, like so. Pop in 3 there, pop in 2 here. And in the meantime, while those are working, I will get 11 of each of these, because that is the most I can make with these. Or that is the most I can make with the design of cobalt and ardite. And with the cobalt and ardite working, we can put the iron away next, like so. And bada bing, bada boom, we have a ton of manolin now. Or at least 11 out of the many. Okay, for manolin, we need to turn 2 of them into turbine blades. Then we make the turbine itself, like so. There we go. From there, we make the manolin turbine. There's also the turbine upgrade kit, which we could theoretically use, but all it requires is the... Yeah, no, it's basically if we want to upgrade the machine, which... I mean, we could theoretically just make gold temporarily and just upgrade from there. So that is an option if we wish to take it, but we are not going to worry about that right now. We're more so worried about just getting the machine working in the first place. We'll quickly rest so we have the chance to ignore the weather and its troubles. And from here, we place this machine like so. And now we just need to connect fuels to it. Theoretically, it should work with any sort of fuel. But we're going to need power capacitors regardless, if only to connect it into the machine. So here's probably what I'm going to do. One sec. Okay, so we can have as many as 50 turbines. That's not an issue. We are going to need a... I think we're going to need a power emitter, at least. Let's see. There's a power I/O module. We need a basic power capacitor. Or either that or a high-density one, which we can make. Yeah. So we're going to need iron frames. We can make 32. I'll make one that's basic to start with. Then we'll upgrade it to an advanced one if we can, which we can't. We need more redstone. We'll get 9 of those. That way we can start producing the materials proper. Do we have a 3x3 grid? Yes, we do. We'll just put the redstone in. There we go. Need to wait for 3 of those to start pumping out. We'll get the cobalt dust while we're at it. Well, I couldn't get as much as I had hoped for. Considering how much is being processed, it's fine. Now, for the dust. What would be the best way to go about processing it? Alright, we're going to need the energized smelters for these. So, that is not that hard. Get 2 of those. There we are. Cobalts, like so. Those machines are working. We'll get the ardite next. There we go. Then we'll pump these into here, like so. Get the other ardite. We'll just split that up evenly. So that way they just go in lickety split. And that'll go into the machine for later use. Okay. From here, we just let those cook up. From here, we're going to need to quickly get the redstone blocks. We'll get the blocks of iron while we're at it, I guess. And from here, we make ourselves a advanced power capacitor, and we upgrade to a high density power capacitor. So that way we have a massive unit of power storage, essentially, which is basically going to act as our buffer for this machine, which we will place, I guess, a block higher. I'll temporarily place the block of iron here. Place that there. There we go. Well, actually, no. I'll do it on the floor, because I'm probably going to want the turbines on top here, just in a nice little fleshed up line. And that should work as a power conduit of sorts. Alright, we're going to need a... Let's see. There is redstone control modules, machine data ports, power emitters. Here we go. We've got a forge energy emitter. I need to check what that is, so give me a second. Alright, let's see. Forge energy emitter. It doesn't specify what that is, so I'm just going to have to assume. Which I hate doing, but it's not like I got much of a choice here. But I will need something to insert the fluids. Alright, but anyways. Let's see. Fuel consumption. Alright, so we need a fuel tank and a power capacitor to the left. Stats to the right. Clicking wrench button allows output configuration. Okay, so I need fuel tanks. That's it. So in order for us to power this puppy, we're going to need fuel tanks. How many? I have no idea personally. But we can have up to 10 of them. Technically, we only need one because we're going to be using syntax, but we can produce multiple if we so desire. So what we'll do is we'll probably get an input for the fuel tanks, essentially. We can have other fuel types. We can provide ethylene here. That is an option, so I'm going to see if I have ethylene in prep currently. I've got kerosene. I've got naphtha. I've got liquid ethylene. Let's see. Putting through the concentrated, no, liquid ethylene. Ethylytic extractor. Well, supposedly I can use supposedly I can use ethylene here, which would be nice, but not required, supposedly. So I'm not going to use it. I'll just use the one I know that's going to work. Okay, so it should be somewhere here, the machine. Unless I... Yeah, no, it's right here. There we go. So, from here, we're going to want an No, we're going to want an exporter. Yes, an exporter. We'll quickly make an exporter, which we are currently lacking logic processors. Great. So we'll quickly go down. See if we have any extra in our chest, which we do, thankfully. Thankfully, a solid 39. That'll do us. Alright, with the exporter here, we will quickly go over to here. Get our fuel tank set, like so. Come on, there we go. We will get our exporter here, like so. That will put it into the fuel, essentially. We're going to need to specify fluids. And we're also going to need to make an external storage for this machine. For the Syngus. Okay. Alright, we're going to want a extreme fluid tank for this. We will place the fluid tank there. We will quickly make an external storage. We're currently lacking one of the cores, which is a formation core. Easy enough to make, though. Bada bing, bada boom. We have the external storage. But we are going to need to find a way to get the Syngus elsewhere. Right, jerry cans. We only got lava ones, great. I might be able to get away with a bucket. I'm just gonna have to do something real quick. Just chop this. There we go. Should this be working? Supposedly it should be. Hold on. If I place it like that, that should work. There we go. Okay, now it should be working. Just wait for a bucket to come out, and then we're good. I can't actually get a bucket of Syngus. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I guess, Syngus is not something you can bucket. Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna need another tank then. And I might be able to make it work if I use a jerry can. The question is whether I can make it work or not, because there's a fine line between it working and it not, so... Let's get the jerry cans. Start putting in lava. Lock that into place. Now we've got a lava tank to work with. Of course I'm not... Well, no, we need to go down here. That way we can get to the Syngus real quick. Alright, a jerry can work, though. So that's good. That makes life a whole lot easier, though. Okay, we'll put the other jerry can away, like so. We'll get the importer for the liquid, like so. We'll get the fluids there. We'll make sure our inventory fills up with this. Okay, we get the external storage here, like so. We specify fluid type, Syngus. And we can start putting in the Syngus and locking it in place, like so. Now, if we take out the fluid drive, it should start filling in that one first, versus just filling into the fluid drive or quantum fluid disk. which has been filling up immensely, I must admit. Which is probably water more than anything, but I digress. The point is that Syngus is pumping through really quick. But I digress. Because now the resources are going there, we're going to quickly get a jerry can. Or at least a bucket. No, a jerry can is going to be needed for this. There we go. Because Syngus is locked in, we should be fine on that front. But we will still need to export into here. Okay, export, we're exporting fluid. We'll put Syngus as one of the foci. Get some cable. We'll just wire it over. And bada bing, bada boom, the machine should be working. No, it is not. Okay, so I'm done something wrong here. Okay, Okay, so the fuel tank doesn't register that fuel is being put in. So the question is, why is that the case? Redstone control, mixing chamber. Gas turbine. We need a fluid intake. That's it. Okay, that would explain it. Okay. Alright, so with the fluid intake, there we go. We make that. We place it in. And there we go. Now it's starting to put in Syngus. There we go. From there, it starts making power. And we... yeah, we're down to full power now. That is oddly fast. But then again, we are dealing with a Manolin turbine, so I'm not surprised with how fast it's been powering. Okay, so for this, we're just going to need redstone. Well, it really depends on what we want to do. Let's see. Is there anything else that I can use here? 1 second. Well, more turbines means more power. I could use power emitters, I guess, or something else. Let's see. If I use fuel/air mixers and gas mix compressors, I can increase the efficiency. I can have up to 1 fuel/air mixer, but I can have about... yeah, I can only have 1 gas mix compressor as well. But I can have fluid tanks installed. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to install the tanks. Oh, I see. The fluid tanks increase the amount you can store, which is pretty good. And I can store up to 10 of those. So I can store up to 4 on this side, 4 on this side, I guess. And we'll go from there. Okay, so if I get more fuel tanks then, I should in theory be able to connect it to here, in which case, boom. We've now got a massive battery of 25 mil, it seems. Of course, we need to increase the efficiency of the fuel, but that's par for the course, I think. And the power is just going to slowly go up. Alright, so we're going to need a fuel/air mixer. Here we go. Easy enough. That increases the fuel efficiency by 35%. From here, we can just place it on this side here. That'll increase the efficiency. And now we just need the gas mix compressor, which I do believe increases fuel efficiency by 85%. Requires a fuel/air mixer installed, which we do have. We are going to need an advanced pressure valve, though. But I think, given the recipe, we should be able to make it. Yep, it's just gold and ender pearls, which we have a ton of. And that increases the fuel efficiency by another bundle. So bada bing, bada boom, we have a ton of power going in. Now we need to find out how we're going to output the power. Let's see. We are going to need a... Alright, we've got the high density capacitor. Do we just take away from the high density capacitor, or do we need a actual something for this? I'm not sure, given the design of this. That's the confusing bit here. Hold on. Power emitters. Alright, we've got a forge energy emitter. Here it is. Okay, so we need one of these, supposedly. Okay, we are missing the power I/O module, which is easy enough. We got the recipe for it. Alright, forge energy emitter. I guess for now we'll put it right here. That way we can just emit the power from here. In which case, we should be able to connect it via the energy cable and drain 1,000 per tick. I'm not sure if this is going to work as intended, but... I mean, it should work. Alright, I think we're in the right position. Yep. Let's get one energy extraction cable, like so. Alright, now it's pulling from there, specifically. What we do is we take the energy cable and pump it through, like so. And then it should start just pumping out that resource. And we might as well just turn it to 64K. Just so we're draining as much power as possible. And we're running this power cell to crazy limits. Perfect. Power is set up, ready to go. And in theory, we can just keep stacking this up. Because now our resources should be fine. To some extent, anyways, I should say. Alright, how's our Ardite? Ardite's doing well. We've done the cobalt. It's basically done. We'll put 2 here, 2 here, 2, 2, 2, 2, and I guess we'll do 1 here and 1 here for extra measure. And then we can do the cobalt and ardite and all that. Okay, so 66. 66. Okay. So we have enough for 100, and we have enough for basically 12 in cobalt. Do we have enough in ardite, though? Alright, we got enough for that. Okay, yeah, no, we have plenty enough for cobalt and ardite to work. Now we just need to put all of it in. and organize it so it actually does do what it does. We'll just pump those in and just hope it works. Works out for the best. Alright, we'll let those work like crazy. Because of the generator, it's going nuts, so we have that advantage going for us. Which is draining significantly, of course, but considering the circumstances, we're going to need a lot of manolin anyways. And 1 second. Okay, apologies, I'm back. Alright, let's reorganize like so, there we go. We'll get 48. But we're only going to use 44, strictly because we've got things to do. Alright, 40, we just make 32. We quickly make 4 turbines. That is going to increase the output of our machine by a lot, I would imagine. And let's see. I can technically put another battery on top here if I wished. I don't have to, but that is an option I have available to me. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to remove this battery real quick, or turbine anyways. Put it on top here for the design. It'll still work the same, basically. It's just gonna work with... Yeah, it'll work. That's the key thing. Alright. Now, I do need iron frames, but that is an easy fix. Alright, 34. I do have now 4 manolin turbines on top of what we've already got. And we can have up to 50, keep that in mind. So we are rocking a lot of power now, I would imagine. So because of this, we've currently got a 25 or 2,500 RF growth rate, essentially. And it's still sucking up like crazy, so that's good. That means we're getting a lot of power for this. And the more turbines we have, the better. Alright, we organize it split up like so. There we go. Alright, we've got 66 now, so we can start doing that. Okay. 12 should make 6, I believe. Yep. Alright, that's 6 turbines. We can quickly make another 6 as a result. We've got 5. We still need 4 iron frames. Here we go. That is 6 more turbines, which is only just going to add to the machine, I would assume. So what we do, we just quickly place, I guess, 3 on here. We'll place another 3 on the back, like so. Alright, now it's producing 5,500. Which I imagine is taking a lot of power from the energy extraction cable, but not that bad, I would assume. Alright. With that, though, let's see, how's the machine faring? Okay, it's already filled up its HV capacitors. By that, it should refuel literally everything at that point. Not 100% certain. But I do have enough for 2 more capacitors, so we'll make these turbines. There we go. We'll make 2 more. Like so. And bada bing, bada boom, we have a ton of Manolin turbines ready and accounted for. Which means our power output should be significant at this point. It's coming up to a significant sum, about 6,500. That's not bad for a machine that's just literally taking only specific types of fuel. Alright. What I can probably do is set up some fuel tanks here and one here. So 1 second. Alright, we need more iron frames. 64 should do it. Alright, 2 fuel tanks here. That will help us supply more fuel. Not that we technically need to, but the more fuel we have in the tank, the better, I guess. So it's not a bad thing to have. Power, on the other hand, seems to be producing a lot faster than I predicted. So we're going to need another... we're going to need another input here. Or find a way to extract it directly, which I think the best way is to literally just take a power cell to it. Which, I mean, it's not the first... It's not something I haven't done before. So I might as well do it. Why not? Alright, so we need a power cell, I guess. Normal version. Alright, machine frame, we got that. We get the power cell, we get the power cell card. We link that puppy to this, so that way we have the ID card 1. Take that out of the way, move this. We get this power cell directly put on. We have this be an input, but before we put that, we put the power cell card there. We make this an input. And now we drain directly from the machine. There we go. And because of the machine setup, we're basically grinding away. And that'll just provide a ton of power for us. While these biofuel reactors go nuts. Jeez, that's a lot of power though. Okay, seems like I'm gonna have to find a way to extract more power from this. Which, I mean, it's not unexpected that I can't do this, so... Yeah, I guess I'll just extract it more. Alright, in that case, I'm gonna need 2 more forge energy emitters, real quick. Alright, we get a forge energy emitter. We need 2 power IOs. There we go. We make 2 forge energy emitters on the side here. We are going to want 2 energy extension cables to extract, like so. We maximize the output, so that way we're pumping in like crazy for when we can as soon as possible. I think we just made the machine a bit too efficient, but that's not a bad thing. That's certainly not a bad thing. It just means our energy is just ready to go whenever. Let's just hope these things don't explode. That's the only worry I have. More than anything. But I digress. It is not a bad thing to have immense amounts of fuel. Okay. Now, because our energy output is doing absolutely fantastic, I'd like to get into making 2 changes here. The first is I'm going to start showing you guys how to make 5 times the ore value in 2 ways. For the... While I can't show you the other option via the Ormatic 5000, I can show you of another method I found out. And it requires all these machines and just a little bit more. So, I've only just done the bare ends of these recipes, but once I'm done, I'll be grinding away these resources, mixing them together with other... I'm basically going to do, like, literal science here. So yeah, let's be ready for that. Alright, Mekanism. I'm sure you guys have all heard of it. We've all been through it. But we've never gone into how they are producing iron crystals. We haven't gone into dirty osmium. We haven't gone through that. Let's start with the iron crystals. Iron crystals are interesting, to say the least. To get iron crystals, you need a clean iron slurry, which is basically 200 millibuckets of clean iron slurry. To get clean iron slurry, you need to wash it off with water and iron slurry, which is 1 millibucket. But to make 200 millibuckets of clean iron slurry, you get an iron crystal as a result. To make iron slurry, you need sulfuric acid and an ore, which is enough to make 1,000 millibuckets of iron slurry, I should state. Now, there are some differences, but there should be one thing you notice here. An iron cluster. It goes for the same value here, apparently. Now, I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. If I can get a dissolution chamber, which is probably going to be quite costly, I can get 10 times the amount of bars from just making the iron slurry and refining it. Because, well, iron slurry, multiply that by 10. If you add water with the iron slurry, you get clean iron slurry, which is basically 10 millibuckets, which is 10 iron crystals. If you get iron crystals, you can turn it into iron shards if you go through the chemical injection. If you go through the purification chamber, you can get iron clumps. Crusher, you get dirty iron dust. Then you get iron grit, and then you smelt it. I've basically prepared 2 of the setup machines. I've prepared the energized smelters and the enrichment chambers. So when we get dirty iron dust, or the other iron or the other dust that we're going to be processing, then we can throw into the smelters. For that, we've got the crushers here, so we haven't set up the machining for that just yet, but we're getting to it. However, you can probably see that I've got a lot on my plate, essentially. And in order to do all of this, we're going to need sulfuric acid to begin with. So our goal to start out with this machine, we're going to need sulfuric acid to start everything in the first place. So using this, I think we're probably going to use this like 5 by however tall grid. And we're going to try our absolute best in order to organize it. To the best of our abilities, anyways. It won't be perfect, but it will do the job. That is the good thing. If I have to, I'll probably move it over here if we don't have enough room. I'm sure I can make something work out. And worst case, it's not like we're going to be losing out on much. Like, this is probably just going to move on that glowstone block. So it'd be tightly compact more than anything. But I digress. We've got a lot ahead of us. So we're going to have to see what is required for the machinery here. Because I figured you guys might want to watch this. Because, well, as you can probably guess, it's a interesting thing. An interesting thing to do, I should say. I should actually, hold on. I should probably make this priority if I can. Let's see. We want to whitelist this. We want insert only. Well, we can do insert and extract. If we do -1, we can set priority as more focused. There we go. Now that it said it's priority, there we go. It'll start filling up that tank. Okay, good. Okay, now, for the machine. I'm not I'll think about what I do with this later. I'm probably just going to use this line. Alright, but anyways. Let us start with the recipe, as it were. So to get iron crystal, we need clean iron slurry, which requires iron slurry, which is going to require sulfuric acid to start with. We're going to need 7... I guess we're going to need 7 chemical infusers, but we can probably get away with 1 if we need to. But I'm just going to make 7 for the sake of making 7, so that way we have a ton of sulfuric acid. Because we're going to be using a lot of this, I suspect. Okay. Alright, we need 7 chemical infusers, which is going to require 7 dynamic tanks, a bunch of enriched alloys, and a bunch of basic gas tanks. So we'll start with the basic, or the dynamic tanks. I already have 1, so I can make 5, and then I can make another. So, there we go. I am just missing the tanks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we're missing enriched alloys. I'll cancel that. Alright, we're going to need a lot of enriched alloys, so let's get a stack of iron, let's get a stack of redstone, and just go from there, I guess. We will need metallurgic infusers, which we've got enrichment chambers, but not metallurgic infusers. We've got 3 of them here, though. We'll get 3 iron, or 3 redstone. Do we have enough iron? Yes, we do. Thankfully, we've got enough just to barely make this happen. That's another, and here we go. There we go. Now, while that's producing, we can get on with the combiners, I guess, to start with. So we'll start with that. Because we've only just started. Like, this is a rabbit hole, to put it lightly. So we need clean slurry, iron slurry, sulfuric acid. We'll start with... Well, water vapor is really easy. It's just deconcentrating it. The other requires another method entirely, so... Let's see. Sulfuric acid, we need sulfuric trioxide, which is oxygen and sulfur dioxide, which requires a chemical oxidizer, or... Yeah, we need a chemical oxidizer in order to make this. So, the chemical oxidizer will make the sulfur dioxide to make the resources, okay? Whew, it's a lot. It's a lot. Alright, so we need the chemical infuser, actually. Thankfully we've got already 5 of them. So yeah, we've got a lot on our plates here. Alright, let's get the advanced universal cable set up. Probably going to need a lot more, but that's fine. We've got a lot to do anyways. Okay, let's make some basic. And then we make it into advanced. We only got 8 out of it, but that's fine. As long as we have the advanced, we're fine for the most part. We're going to need to get some more, though, while we're at it. But hey, we've got 14, we've got another 14, and here comes another 14, like so. Got a ton of 42. Perfect. Oh, do we not have... Are we not getting a lot? Okay, no, it's just doing it one by one, which is weird. Okay. Okay, well, that's the advanced cable done. We're still going to need a ton of chemical infusers. But we should probably focus on the base forms to start with. Alright, so we can probably have one here. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can have 6 in one row, basically. I think we can get away with making 6 instead of 5. Or at least that's what I think is viable. But I'm not 100% sure. We'll get away with 6. How about that? We'll start with 6. We'll see how the progress goes, and we'll see if we need less or more. And we'll go from there. Alright, we'll get one more chemical infuser then. Or 2. We will still need a bunch more, which is probably going to lead up to 12 chemical infusers. We'll start with 6, because we still need to set up the recipe for the other one. So we're going to need sulfur trioxide, which requires oxygen and sulfur dioxide. Oxygen is easily made by the electrolytic separator, which I do believe we have liquid oxygen actually on standby for this very occasion. Yeah, we've got liquid oxygen on standby for whenever we need it. This will be priority. I guess I'll set these as priority to start with. So it'll store there, mainly. There we go. Priority 1 set. Priority 1 set. 1 set. Priority 1 set. So when it's full, then it starts to change into other positions. But otherwise, it will take away as needed. There we go. Priority 1 set. And this one's already set as priority 1. It is just going to generate naturally. Now, liquid oxygen. Let's start with that. What we're probably going to want to do is we're going to probably want to set up the liquid oxygen processing units here to turn it into something else. So we're going to need oxygen and sulfur trioxide coming in on one end, and then sulfur dioxide on the other, which is going to require a chemical oxidizer, which I'll probably set up here more than anything. That way I can start producing it naturally over the course of the days, but that's fine. Alright, put one machine here, one here. No, not here. We need to make sure there's 2 blocks of space, like so. There we go. And we only are able to fit 4 in this position. Well, unless, of course, we start using this long line here. But I don't exactly want to be doing that, so I'm not going to be doing that. On the other hand, I could technically just do it like so, because there is nothing technically stopping me from doing that. So what I can do is I can have one fluid input putting into here, one into here, 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 and just rinse and repeat, so we have a we just have oxygen going into the chemical infusers, which means I can just get 6, which does work. Of course, I'm going to need room for the other one, which I can arrange somewhere. I'm not sure where, but I'll figure out something, I'm sure. But the chemical infusers will basically be working at their highest outputs, and I would be getting a ton of resources as a result. Let's just get our tanks set up first. Alright, but I digress. So we need one having oxygen, so we're going to need a tank somewhere. A top here, I guess? Somewhere here would work, I would think. So if we have a refined storage cable coming over here, then we should be fine. If we go with liquid oxygen, we can convert it into actual oxygen, which is kind of what we need to do here, I do believe. Yeah, so if we have liquid oxygen, then we can start passing it off with gas, or a gas, and then we should be fine. Of course, we're going to need to input the gas somewhere, so that will be an issue that we will have to address. So we will have to decide on what that means in the future. So we're probably going to have to make like a little line over here of gas piping that connects the oxygen up. Then we're going to have to, of course, add the dioxide coming in. Whoa, it's just a mess. Okay. I might want to move things a bit forward then, if that's the case. Or at least I'm thinking I should. I don't know, man. It is a big process to do this. I'm just gonna say that right now. Alright, maybe I changed my setup a bit. Maybe I don't have to do it just here. I can do it somewhere else. There's nothing stopping me from using this entire board right here to just make a nice little machine. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the advanced extraction. Well, not the. We'll take the advanced universal cable, make a nice little line of it. Well, maybe not here. Well, yeah, no, I've got a better idea. If we line it up like so it's suspended. Then we can start making a nice little machine work around here. So we'll have the machine on the back providing power. Then we can start providing things in a more organized manner in some way. Oh, bit too much. There we go. Take these. There we go. Okay. Chemical infusers. Let's see. We're going to want one here, I guess. That'll get the input going. We're going to want another one here. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Technically, I could just do another one, but that is fine. We don't need to do so. Okay, for the fluid tank of liquid oxygen, we need to convert that back. Alright, let's see. Rotary condensator. So we'll quickly place that here, I guess? Because the rotary condensator is going to turn the oxygen into... Or it's going to decondenstrate and turn oxygen... Or it's going to turn liquid oxygen into oxygen. In which case, we put the oxygen on... Yeah, we get the liquid oxygen on one side, and then we get the other one on the other side. Okay. So for this, we're going to need another small fluid tank. Well, no, we don't need a small fluid tank. We actually got the tank here. We want to connect it to here somewhere. So we're going to aim for this block. Alright. We're going to want to get the cable here. We want an exporter specifically for this fluid tank here. We will lock the fluid type for liquid oxygen. Going to quickly get an exporter. There we go. We've got an exporter. We place that there. That way liquid oxygen is going in. Make sure it's a fluid. Now, is it working? We need to specify liquid oxygen, I guess. Okay. I guess put in liquid oxygen. There we go. Alright, let's just empty it real quick. Yep, just be quick. There we go. Alright, now that we have liquid oxygen set up in the machine, what we do now is we take a laser relay. We need two specifically. One to connect the laser, and one to put it down here so we can put in the liquid oxygen for the recipe. And hopefully this is enough, because otherwise this is just going to make me pull my hair out. I guess technically we could also make another chemical infuser just so we have 7, just so we're getting enough resources, but I'm going to assume 6 is enough. We don't need to go overboard after all. And worst case, if we don't have enough, then I can always just change the system up a slight bit for the near future. But this machine should produce what we need, essentially. That's basically the goal here. Okay. Now, with these chemical infusers, we're going to need, I guess, one cable going on one side, one on the other. We can ignore the bottom, technically. Yeah, because it's already got set sides, so one side is dedicated to one resource, the other is dedicated to another. Okay. But anyways, we're going to want a cable going from there. So if we get a cable going here, and we put 2 tanks on each side, then we can have an input going in from one tank, and then have an output on the other tank. Okay. Whew. Alright. We're going to want gas. Okay, we're going to want a basic gas tank. We're going to want that here. Technically, I can just use all 3. So let's just do this like so. Alright. We want these tanks to be... We don't want it to go up north. We want to turn off all the inputs and outputs. We want this to be an input. So the bottom will be an input, I guess. And the output will be on the right, so that way it puts in the oxygen. Okay, like so. Okay, output, input, there we go. Alright, because of that, we still have advanced universal cables, so that is a golden thing. We can quickly take that, we put that there, so that way we have technically a power source going through. We still need to connect this to power, of course, but that is something we can worry about in a minute. Because we do have a... We could probably just do a direct connection here, technically. So what I'll do is I'll just drop that like so. And I guess get rid of these laser relays on the bottom because we don't need them as much. And we just connect it like so. And just quickly wire the advanced relay. Like so. Get rid of this one. And we still need a bit more, but that's fine. Alright, Mekanism. Okay, 32 advanced universal cables, and done. It's not the most perfect connection, but it is close enough that it's a direct wire, so I'm not going to complain. It means it just gets 100% efficiency at that point. Besides, we're getting way too much power now, so I'm not going to complain. Alright. Because of this, now we have oxygen going through. We will need to make some more gas containers, though. So we're going to need pressurized tubes, I do believe. Preferably the advanced version. And this will handle gases for us. Okay, we got basic. Now we get the advanced versions. Okay, with that, we just make a line here. It'll connect up into here. Alright, it's connecting into here. It gives out 4,000. Now, we want the eject on already. So, yeah. We turn on eject, make sure it's on for both. Okay, good. And from here, we now have a setup that is beneficial to us. We will, of course, need more basic gas tanks because that is going to be a necessity here. We will set up the other gas tanks ahead of time, though, first. Because if we don't, then things will just go haywire when we do eventually start pumping out the other material. Because once these are set up, it's going to be hard to move them. Or at least it's going to be hard to move the main machines anyways. But that's besides the point. Okay, now then. I guess technically what I could have done is I could have just... You know, what I could have just done, I could have just... You know... I'll worry about it later. It's not a concern right now. I'm just worried about... I'm worried about the little things. Alright, basic gas tanks. We're going to need... We've already got 3, so we just need 3 more. Technically, I'm going to need more. So I'm going to need 9. Because I'm going to need 6 ultimately for the other ones, which are going to connect on the other side here. Alright, so we want the input to be on the top, and the output is going to be entering on here, like so. Like, there we go. Input, output, there we go. Do the same here. Here we go. Input, output. Alright, input and output once again. For this one, there we go. Then do the same here. Make sure that's an output, so top there, okay. I make that an output, and now from here, we make it... Alright, input, output, and finally we do this, which is an input here, an output there, and done. All of them's eject on, but basically they run on a different system, which we will worry about at a later date. Okay, so now that we've got the rotary condensator working as intended, we put in the advanced pressurized tube, like so. We then get the connection going with a laser connector. Thankfully, the laser wrench does its duty here. We just connect those, and they start pumping in. And now we've literally got liquid oxygen going in with ease. Any excess we'll worry about later. But basically, all these tanks are just going to store a lot of oxygen. That is basically the predetermined set. That is basically the summary here. I'm not sure if this is a good thing, but we'll see, I guess. Yeah, basically they're just going to start pumping in. Slowly but surely. Alright, now we need the other one, which is going to be sulfur, I do believe, which is going to require items to be transferred in. Which is going to be a lot harder to wirelessly transport, mind you, but it is something that we're going to have to do regardless. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to have to get some we're going to have to get some refined storage cable to link it up, get an exporter in there, and just go from there. Which, I mean, it does the job, regardless. I'm fairly certain it's a gas that we're dealing with here, so let's just hope it works. Okay, to make trioxide, we're going to need sulfur dioxide, which requires sulfur dust, or literally any sort of sulfur that we can get our hands on. To get sulfur... actually, we can actually automate this. We can get blocks of charcoal, apparently. Or coal, even. And we can go from there. It looks like we can go with coal sand as well, if we so desire. But it appears blocks of coal or charcoal are literally the gold mine here. Alternatively, I can just use coal or charcoal. So that is also an option. In that case, I'm going to need to start cooking coal, or I'm going to need to start cooking wood and turning it into charcoal. In which case, that would be a viable option, but I'd need to compress it if I want to make it 9 times the value. Okay, but that is a concern for another time. I just need to focus on getting the sulfur set up. Okay. In order for me to get sulfur, what do I need? Sulfur trioxide. I need a chemical oxidizer. Okay. Alright, a chemical oxidizer is this recipe, I guess? Yep. We need a personal chest. We are going to need another basic gas tank. And we're going to need a dynamic tank. Easy enough to make. And then, of course, we just get the personal chest set up, and the chemical oxidizer is now made. Perfect. Now is the question of whether I can get it to work or not. Alright, I've got a ton of advanced universal cables, so that's not an issue. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to change up the positioning here. There we go. Grab that block before it falls down into the abyss, I guess. In the meantime, what I can do is do this. Like so. Get the advanced universal cable connected up like so. Alright, take that out. Take this out. Like so. connect it to the back here. We get the chemical oxidizer placed up here. Alright, so if I put in the input here, then I can get the output here, which is the liquid, or gas, I'm not entirely sure which yet. Alright, let's get the universal cable connected like so. Cut that off. We will quickly place the chemical oxidizer opposite, so that way it's more convenient for us. Like so. And now, if I am right, it is a gas, which... yeah, so as long as we put sulfur into the machine, we should be fine. In which case, we're just going to need a cable. Which is easy enough. We've got 9 currently on hand, but we're probably going to need more, is what I imagine. Okay. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. Down. Alright, we're going to need a bit more cable. Okay, cable. Alright, we got 60. Perfect. We'll place one there. Now we just need the last tidbit, which is the fantastical exporter. We need a formulation core, so we'll grab that real quick. And bada bing, bada boom, exporter set up, ready to go. Okay. So, for sulfur, we're going to need sulfur dust, which is literally the immersive engineering type. But once that's in, we basically can produce it constantly, so that's fine. Now, is this a gas? I'm not entirely certain. That is the question that we're going to have to figure out right now. So, advanced pressurized tube. Is it a gas? Yes, it is. Because it's going in and it's making sulfur trioxide. So I am not wrong in this process. In that case, we literally just go through the effort of connecting these puppies via the gas link here. Get the advanced universal cable out of the way. We want to keep the advanced pressurized tubes in focus. Like so. It's not a complete system, it's not a good one, but it'll do. Of course, we are going to need to make more sulfur, but that is something that we will worry about another time. Okay, now that we've got sulfur, we're definitely making trioxide now. So now we've got to figure out how we're going to transport the trioxide into another system. Which is probably just going to be another... it's probably going to be pipes leading out 2 blocks going up, and then leading into another system. Which should work, actually, quite well. Which we're going to need another set of chemical infusers next. Okay, chemical infusers. We're going to need more basic gas tanks, so let's get enough for this. We're going to need 2 per, so 12 is enough. Alright, that's 12. And that's 4. 5. And we're missing out on some enriched alloys, which we do have extra of at this point, I would assume. We've got enough for 150, actually. So quickly put those enriched alloys in. And we've got now 6 chemical infusers ready for usage. Again. Which is going to be another entire row for this thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly get the advanced universal cable out. Because of the situation and how it's placed, we won't be able to place pressurized tube above here, so this will be an empty slot. This will be where the tube goes, and this is where the energy and machines will go. So from here, we just go all the way back out to the corner, like so. And then we set up with our chemical infusers in tow. So chemical infuser there, one here, 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 and finally here. There we go. That is yet another row of chemical infusers set up and done. And what we do now is we literally just take the trioxide and put it in one location. So we're going to need another 6 tanks to handle the trioxide, which we're probably just going to do filter into 1 by 1s. So each chemical infuser gets their own trioxide, essentially. Which I think is fair. I think that's a fair system. Okay, now for the trioxide, once that's done, we need to convert it into another machine. We need to convert it again. So we get the basic pressurized tubes again. How much pressurized tube we actually have a ton, actually. So we'll use these. So what we do is we take these. We move this up, like so. And we make yet another row here, I guess. I guess technically what we could do is we could send the row over a layer. I don't know. I like doing it this way because it's more interesting. And technically we could actually just funnel it like multiple places, but in which case we could probably make a system work here. So 1 second while I connect literally everything up to a layer. Like so. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. And then we can just have them all connecting like so. And I guess technically we've got our own connection here. Well, no, we need to connect it elsewhere for this one. 1 sec. There we go. Connect it to the wired pipe here that we have set up. It's going to be a bit awkward, mind you. I understand that. But hey, it's going to look interesting. I'll give it that. Okay, now the setup's organized in such a way that it makes it more convenient for us to work. Of course, we're going to be running out of sulfur dust soon, so we're going to have to figure out a solution for that. We're also going to need to get more chemical oxidizers, I think. Because if we don't, then I feel like our resources are just going to dwindle, no matter what we do. But that is something we will worry about later. It's probably going to be the same with the rotary condensator. We're probably going to need 6 to power it. But hey, we'll do as much as we feasibly can, providing resources where we feasibly can, and any excess we will just transfer elsewhere. Or at least that's the plan. Okay. So, with this machine in place, we're going to need 6 tanks. So we'll get some more basic tanks just to work with. Need 6 specifically to start with. We'll place one here, 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 here. Well, do I need to place it there specifically? hold on. I need to open up the chemical infuser. Alright, to make sulfuric acid, we need the right side to be sulfur trioxide. So I was right. And the left side will be oxygen, which is yet another gas. Okay. So I was right on the tank positioning. I just have to make sure they go the right way. Alright. Alright, the output's on the right. So trioxide should go there, naturally. Output. Alright, output there. From here. There we go. Output. Then we do this. Output, and finally yet another output. Output, and there we go. Because of this, sulfur trioxide just goes in there, and we have a ton of it, put simply. And now we just need to transfer oxygen into the mix, which is going to be yet another pipe that we have to connect up, which is going to involve yet another piping system that we're going to have to power through. Actually, do you want... Can I actually connect it here? Oh dear, I think I've hit dilemma here. Yeah, no, if I don't connect it a specific way, then I'm buggered here. Oh dear. I've made a small oopsie, I think, because if I don't extract from the middle here, I won't get my resources, and if I don't get my resources, then, well, if I don't extract it a proper way, then this pipe is going to get in the way, so I've basically made an oopsie for myself here. But it's an easy thing I can fix, so it's not a complete hodgepodge of a loss. I just have to organize it a bit better here. So let's cancel these little... yeah, let's get rid of these to start with, because if I don't, then it's just going to make it worse. Okay, cut those out, like so. We'll chop these in their respective orders, like so. Alright, now that we have those set up, we are going to need to cut the bottom line here, I think. So we can actually connect these cables a little better. So what we can do is we can cut down this line real quick. What we have to do is we're going to have to cut down this line here. We'll cut down the energy, like so. And what we do is we just take the universal cable. We wire it along like we did before, technically. But instead, we change how the cable, or the how the tanks are producing. So what we do is we take the... chemical infusers, real quick, like so. Take that there. We're going to need to get rid of these pressurized tubes, technically, to start with, I think. Just temporarily, anyways. We need to get rid of these ones, at least. There we go. We'll temporarily remove those. We'll let the sulfur dioxide there build up. We'll get the chemical infusers next. There we go. Okay, we move them down a peg, like so. Alright. It's gonna look a bit weird, but trust me when I say this is gonna work. You're just gonna have to believe me. It's gonna look weird, but there's a reason I'm doing it this way. Okay. So, put these here. Get these. Alright. Now this should be the last one. Perfect. Alright, sulfur trioxide goes in the right side here. Now, because we can't do it normal way, we're going to have to do this a very specific way. So, we'll take out the gas tanks here. We're going to have to move them. We'll keep them at their same priority for now, but we'll change that immediately once they're placed. Because there is a specific way I can go about this. And if done right, well, the resources just go in without too much hassle, I hope. Of course, I'm going to have to make sure I... will I be able to get it out of the way, though? That's the question. Well, considering these won't be in the way, yeah, I should be able to. Okay. It's going to be a very specific design, but it's necessary. Okay. Alright, from here, we turn off the input from there. We put the input on the middle here. And that should be it. The input just needs to be in the middle, and then we're good. Alright, input middle. Turn off the hat. Input middle. There we go. And last one. Okay. Now we take the advanced pressurized tubes, and honestly, what we can do is we just do it like that. It's not going to connect up to those tubes, so it's easy enough to just do this. And... oh, right, it doesn't... It still doesn't solve the problem, per se. But technically, it does make it a little easier to transfer. Because what you can do is you can put a tank in the middle, in which case you can start transferring... oh, right. You can't actually transfer on the top, though. Fuck. Okay, man, I'm in a pickle here. Yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot of organization that I have to go through. And mind you, this is not including the top row that I have to go through here. Like, I just nearly forgot, like, I have to do it like this. I have to extend it out a bit before it works. Mind you, I can have the tanks... well, no, I can't. Well, maybe I can... is there any other way I can go about this? Not really, is there? Well, let me figure this out. Is this a liquid, or sulfuric acid? Because if it's a liquid, then that changes things. Because if it's a liquid, then I don't have to use pressurized tubes to transfer it. So give me a second while I figure that out. Alright, sulfuric acid is... no, I'm not looking for that one. I'm looking for the Mekanism one. Okay, not that. Let's see. Alright. I'm not looking for Greg Tech, I'm looking for the other one. Yeah, I'm not looking for factorization, jeez. Apologies for the delay. But this is just tedium that I need to cover because otherwise I'm just going to be confused. Alright, Mekanism, here we go. Alright, I'm looking for sulfuric acid. I'm looking not for items, but... Does it not show liquids? That is really odd, okay. Yeah, it doesn't show liquids for some reason. Okay. I guess that's just pain. Yeah, no, chemical infuser though? Does it show that? No. No. Chemical... Yeah, no, it doesn't list anything for the chemical infuser. Jeez. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to just wing it and hope it is a liquid. I would assume sulfuric acid is a liquid, though. Okay. I'm just gonna go by IRL opinions here, and just assume that sulfuric acid is a liquid. Because if it is a liquid, then I can transfer it via liquid means. In which case, I do not have to worry about the gas means to transfer. In which case, it's just going to be a lot easier on my mind if it does work. If it doesn't, I'll worry about it when we get to it. Because otherwise, it's just going to be annoying and it's just going to make my brain hurt a bit too much. Because this whole process is just a chore at this point, I must admit. But it's fine. I'm quite happy to show you guys so you guys learn what is needed. But essentially, we're just going to have to hope that sulfuric acid is a liquid in this case. Because if it isn't, well, I guess suffering for us. Okay, we'll just worry about the gas accordingly. There we go. There we go. Dot. Ah, a bit more. Bop, 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 bop. There we go. Technically, I don't need to go too far, so I'll move those and that. But hey. Otherwise, it appears that our sulfuric trioxide has been pumping through quite cleanly. And it means we're getting a lot of it, which is good. That means our tanks are going to be storing quite a lot. And now we just need to get the oxygen in, which is going to be yet another set of tanks that we have to get in, and another organization that we have to do. So yeah. I mean, I guess worst case I can get some rotary condensators and just convert it into a liquid. In which case I just set them to the side and just have them condensating. But I will need to provide power for it. So I'd basically have to extend another cable somewhere, which would make this already tight, compact machinery even more tight and compact. Which is going to be a little bit annoying, but I mean, considering everything else, I'd say it's like meh. It's not that bad, I'd say. It does its job, I suppose, but I digress. That's a lot that we've got to worry about. Let's get the oxygen. Okay. Now, to make sulfuric acid, which is a millibucket, we're going to need water vapor, which is going to require decondensating to water vapor, which is easy enough. It's just a rotary condensator, and we just get it to pump out water instead. So literally, all we got to do is we got to get some cable real quick. And we need to get an exporter, I believe. Alright, we get an exporter. Alright. We're going to need a tank. Yeah, preferably with water. We've already got the 2 fluid laser relays, so we're fine on that front. We'll place the fluid tank here. We'll lock it as a water fluid. We'll get a exporter here. We'll get our water bucket right here. We get the fluid type, put in water. There we go. Water is now pumping through with ease. We then take the fluid laser relay, we put one up here, like so. Then, of course, we take the cable, placing... Well, hold on. We're going to need to place a block here to separate it, to temporarily anyways. We get a rotary condensator. Alright. We get the rotary condensator, which is basically a basic fluid tank, basic gas tank, energy tablet, and some machinery stuff. Alright, energy tablets. Let's get the basic fluid tank. We get the gas tank. And bada bing ba boom. We're going to need the fluid tank. There we go. Now, we need to get... we need water to turn into liquid oxygen. Alright, hold on. Chemical infuser. Okay. Chemical infuser, we need water vapor, which is basically deconcentrated water. Alright. We toggle operation to decondensation. Move into basalt, or move the basalt, I should say. Then we get another, no, we get the fluid laser relay, specifically. Connect it up here. We get the laser wrench, connect it to the water, and with a sizable power node, or at least if we provide power to the machine, I should say. So if we just simply place a cable here and a cable here, that'll power it up. And now we're making water vapor. From here, and probably the easiest step out of it all, we take advanced pressurized tubes. Oh right, we're gonna actually have to... Hold on. Alright, let's cut this wire again, because we're gonna need to make the room for it. It's not like it's producing what we need anyway, so it's fine. Okay. We're at the final stretch of this complex machine that we've made here, which is just a chore, no less. Alright, so what we need is we need more basic gas tanks. I'll just go about the quick recipe making them. We'll get 6 basic gas tanks, like so. We place in 1, like so. We make 2. Alright. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alright. Design. It should be top input, everything output. Or, no, not everything output. Output on the right side. Okay, like so. That next, this one next. There we go. Okay, output, output. Alright, and last one, output, like so. Done. Alright, and with that, we can get the advanced pressurized tube, and we literally just make a line. And it just starts pumping all of it through, I do believe. Advanced pressurized tube. And just keep going until it is basically done. And from here, we kind of just hope that the fluid... Yeah, we just kind of hope that it's a liquid. And not literally a gas. Because if it's a gas, we're kind of buggered. Okay. Alright. Well, I mean, I guess we can tell from here, can't we? Let's see. Sulfuric acid, it looks like it's a gas. Okay. So in that case, let's just hope we can transfer it to a tank. That's really the hope we got. Well, I mean, easy enough to tell, really. We can just take one of these tanks and see. Can't we? So I guess we'll see. Is it tank worthy? I guess we get a... Yeah, we... Alright, 2 fluid laser relays. We've got sulfuric acid set up here. Get a laser wrench. And it's not pumping. Okay, so it is a gas, as I had predicted. Or at least as it shows here, so... How are we going to do this? Okay. I have a possible idea. It's not a perfect idea, but it's a idea nonetheless. Rotary condensators. They turn gases into liquids. Alright, so there is sulfuric acid in its liquid form and non-liquid form. Okay. Alright, so the dissolution chamber... Oh, we need to turn it into a liquid anyways. Okay. So, if we turn it into... So, yeah. No, this is a decondensating, which turns a liquid into a gas. Okay, the point is I need to figure out which it is. Am I using the gas or am I using the liquid? Alright, I'm going to assume that I need the gas, or the gas version, not the liquid version, but... Alright, sulfuric acid, chemical infuser. Alright, so this is the gas version. Because this actually the chemical infuser takes the sulfur trioxide and water vapor, turns it into sulfuric acid gas. So this is the gas. This is the liquid version, because it condensates into it. Sulfuric acid, when combined with any other things... Well, I need it for the Ormatic 5000 anyways, so that's another thing. But I digress. The dissolution chamber now. We can make iron, copper... We can make basically a bunch of slurries. Anyways. This is me just ranting at this point. We've still got to do the whole thing. So we need the gas version for the future, but we don't need it right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these and we're going to convert them into liquids. In which case, we will then take a tank and we'll filter all of them into a system which we will store for later. Which it means we've got a storage of liquid sulfuric acid at that point. Which, I mean, it's not complaint on my end, that's for sure. Okay. So for this, we're going to need a tank, of course. And of course, we're going to need more. We're going to need more fluid laser relays. But the key thing here is we're going to need condensators to start with. So to turn that into a gas, we're going to need a condensate. So we need to do it the normal way before we do the opposite. So what we do is we place the condensator on this side. We connect a power outlet alongside here, essentially, and then we go from there. I think that's the best way we can go about it. That's my thoughts anyways. Okay. Alright, we've got to make 6 of these, I do believe. Alright, that's 6 energy tablets. That is 6 basic fluid tanks. That is 6 basic gas tanks. And now we make the machines. And now we got the condensators, which we carefully plant here, like so. And with that, we've got the condensators set up. We've got sulfuric acid going into the machines. So it will pump into there. We will then provide power via the top, because it doesn't specify how you need the power to go through, which is good. It means it will make our job a little easier as we go through making this. Alright, universal cable. We only got 8 left, unfortunately, but that's fine. We just need enough to connect all, which is barely not enough, but we can always make more. Okay. Alright, 32 more universal cable, which we can easily connect up like so. There we go. And with this, it turns into a gaseous form, which I am not going to complain. And then we take all 6, and we find a way to transport it. So I guess the easiest way would be to connect them all together and connect them up to a system similar to here. So I guess I could also get a jerry can filled with the stuff, so let me quickly do that. So that way I can mark one of the, yeah, that way I can mark this as the liquid for sulfur, and I can lock that into position. So we've got a sulfur tank. We're going to need another external storage for both lava and whatnot. Okay. Alright, we need a formation core. Alright. Alright, 2 external storages. Place those there. Alright, we want fluids, which it's already specified. We want lava to be a priority once we get to it. We want whitelist. Do we have lava? Yes, we do. Let's just get a jerry can filled with it. We'll specify lava. So that is gonna specifically take lava. We want to whitelist. We're gonna want fluids. We'll take out the sulfuric acid. We'll quickly specify sulfuric acid as the take in. And there we go. Whitelist, fluid, sulfuric acid. There we go. Now that is yet another one that we have to the supply. essentially. Oh man, we've got so many tanks of liquids that it's gonna be crazy once we get all that organized. But I digress. I digress. We still need to sort it out by putting it away now, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna quickly cable it up. We need to get a basic 8 tank. We'll get some cable. We'll get an import. Thankfully, we've got already one in storage, so we can just use that one. Alright, the cable... Alright, we're going to want it to go over to here, so... I guess here? Yeah, no, right here. I guess it's a little awkward if I cut here, so let me actually just do it a bit differently. If I do it like here, yeah. If I place the tank down here, that should work. Yep, that should work. We get the importer. I'll worry about that later, actually, before I do anything. I'm going to want to get the fluid laser relay here, like so. We'll get the other one over to here so we can start connecting it. Get the laser relay, connect both. We're going to want to get our compass out for this so we can make sure to specify. The compass is in our 9th slot, so we want to out of for this. We'll lock that positioning there. There we go. Let's get the others. We've got 4, so we can connect 4 of them just now. So, see if we can connect all of them to that 1-1. If not, that's fine. I'm not going to be too miffed if that's the case. Only out of, only out of, only out of. Okay. We'll connect this one to here. There we go. Connect this one to here. I'll quickly get the importer here. Like so. We import fluids. There we go. Now this one. Can we import from here? Or is it a bit too far? We can just barely do so. Alright. How about this one? Yeah, we can still do that one. Alright, how about the far end one? Probably not, but if it does work, it does work. And I'm not going to complain. Oh, okay. So, with this out of the way, we've got our sulfuric acids basically going to town. We can probably convert 4 of these energy laser relays into new versions of themselves. We'll use the atomic reconstructor to change them accordingly. There we go. Now they're fluid laser relays as intended. We'll place that down, get the outputs. We'll connect that to here if we can. Nope, it is a bit too far. So what we'll do is we'll simply just connect it to this one. And that will just slowly drain from there. And there we go. Not the most perfect resolution to it, but it gets the job done, and we got sulfuric acid in our system to utilize as we see fit. And because of that, we are now able to use sulfuric acid for the purifiers, which we need to make and design because that's yet another machine that we need to do. So yeah, that's going to be yet another thing that we have to do, which either we're going to make above here or we're just going to make on the other side, which I'm thinking is probably going to be for the best. We'll make it over here, I think. So yeah, once we get these purifiers sorted out, then we should be able to transfer them over to here. and just have them work through the system, which I've already set up here. And hopefully, by the time we are done, we are going to have a full-on system of recipes that are just going to dot here and there everywhere, and just, it's going to be awkward, but we'll have 5 times the value of ores. So that is the, well, no, not even 5 times. It's going to be 10 times, I believe. So, yeah. Oh, man. Well, hey, 10 times is better than 5 times. I'll give it that, at least. So, yeah. Alright. Whew, okay, so we are done with basically everything except for making the iron crystals themselves. We have the acid, so we need the dissolution chambers. We're going to need 7 of these to start powering the sulfuric acid and making these iron slurries, which is basically going to be an entire storage of liquid that we're going to have to work with, which I do believe is actually liquid. Yeah, so a copper slurry would turn into a clean copper slurry. Yeah, so we need the chemical dissolution chamber, which is going to require atomic alloys. Ooh. Okay. That is going to be a chore. Man. All this effort just for making 7 types of ore into a different type of ore. Entirely. It's fun, but don't get me wrong, but holy is it a lot of effort just to convert all this into something. Like, goodness. It's a process. Alright, so we need a chemical dissolution chamber. We need 7 of them. And we need to get sulfuric acid into the system. The acid, not too hard. In fact, that is the easy part. Getting the items in, that is also another easy part. We can just connect it to the cable here and just have them connect. And heck, we can actually start placing them in a different position. We could probably put them here, honestly, without too much hassle. We'd have to make some room, but we could make it work. Shouldn't be too hard, after all. Like, literally, we could just... Yeah, we just take this advanced universal cable. What we do is we just move it a block over here. Then we take out these 2 here. Oh, right, but there's the advanced pressurized tubes. We don't want that connect. Although, now that I think about it, I don't know what these machines are, so let's check out what they are before we start jumping the gun and worrying about things that we don't need to. Okay. Okay, we need a chemical dissolution chamber. Alright. To make a dissolution chamber, we need basic gas tanks, we need an atomic alloy, 2 enriched alloys, and basic control circuits, which are easy enough. We need 7 of these, so we're going to need 14 gas tanks. Alright, that's 14 gas tanks, I do believe. Alright. We need the enriched alloys. Hopefully we have everything, which I think we do. At least for a few. Alright, so we're lacking basic control circuits, which is basically osmium and redstone. Easy enough. Yeah, no, our osmium counts are getting lower and lower, but thankfully with this automation, it should maximize our profits eventually. So we won't be complaining in a little while, that's for sure. Alright, so osmium. We just need, I guess we'll just get 3 stacks, why not? We'll get 3 stacks of redstone as well while we're at it. And we'll quickly go throw them through the metallurgic infuser, so that way they are producing. I just hope I have enough of the other materials for it. That's really all I hope for at this point. Alright, chemical dissolution chamber. I think I'm down to my last atomic alloy, which is saddening, but that's fine. Alright. Chemical dissolution chamber. Okay, we are missing some basic control circuits, and of course, the thing itself. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. What does a chemical injection chamber do? Oh, right. This is to make osmium shards this is to make shards of other things. Which, I mean, makes copper, iron... I mean, I can't deny it's useful to some extent. I mean, yeah, it makes tin shards, iron shards. It turns ore into 4 shards, which is basically pretty good. But I'm going about it a much more complex way to get 10 times the value, so no need for that. Alright. Atomic alloys. We're going to need refined obsidian dust. Thankfully, I've got compressed obsidian, so I don't need to worry too much about that. But I'm still going to need reinforced alloys. Alright, that's 1. Okay, I'm going to have to get rid of 1 here. Oh, no way, I can't. Dang. No, I need to actually run this through its cycle. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Well, I can just make a metallurgic infuser, I suppose. So that is an option. Alright, let's get rid of the osmium compressor. Or at least move it anyways. Move that here. Let's get another metallurgic infuser. I mean, we have the materials for it, after all. 1 metallurgic infuser coming right up. Put in the compressed obsidian. We put into reinforced alloys to make another set of materials. And we are basically going crazy at this point. Oh, I'm losing my mind at this rate. Let's get a stack of osmium. We'll throw it in here for the glowstone. Who knows? Maybe we'll need the glowstone ingot someday, but for now, it's fine. Alright, we should have enough for the last chemical dissolution chamber, which is 7. There we go. We are probably going to build it differently. Yeah, we're probably going to build it here instead. So we'll get the universal cable, and we'll set things up. Alright. Well, actually, no, I set it up differently than this. I set it up 1 floor above, I believe. Like this, I guess? Yeah, I might as well. Why not? Well, no. Let's... Nope, nope. Let's do it. Bugger it. There we go. That's entire row set up. Okay. Chemical dissolution chamber. We'll place 1 here to start with. Okay. So the dissolution chamber goes in one way, out the other. Simple enough. So we enter resources in here, which I guess is going to be the liquid... Yeah, it's going to be the sulfuric acid going through the condensator once again, which will then go into one of these many tanks here. And hopefully we shouldn't need to worry too much about the export bits. Yeah, honestly, what I could do is I could have the cable go from the back here and just have one go shoot up, shoot up, shoot up. Yeah, I can make this work. Just need to make sure it's 2 blocks distance, like it has been. There we go. That's 7. Okay. Alright, advanced pressurized tubes. We're going to want the rotary condensator facing either this way or this way. I'm not sure which just yet. Because this is decondensating, we're probably going to want to face it this way, I'm thinking. If it's facing the right way, this condensator. Although it's hard to say which is the right face, so I'll have to see. Alright, I got everything except the energy tablet, which is easy enough to make. I can make the fluid tank. And I can make the gas tank. Bada bing, bada boom. I just need to get the... I need to get the fluid tank, like so. Boom. Condensator. Okay, so condensators work as such. If we have it on the facing of one side, we just place it on the other. So, decondensating, which is basically turning liquids to gases, means I have to face it this way. Which is fine. I've got a fluid laser, so I can place this here. I will quickly place a... What I'll probably do is I'll place a sulfuric acid output over here and just have the pipe going through, like so. I will need to actually extend this back a bit, though, before I do. Because this will need to place here, not the other way around, like so. And then I can start cabling it accordingly. Alright, advanced pressurized tube. Goes forward like so. Alright. We want it to go one way, but not the other, so we'll do it like that. Okay. Make sure it's on the right side, or the left side, like so. And then I just do it like that. I will get power through the very bottom instead of the top, so let's see. I need to go 3 blocks out from the blue brick. So here. There we go. Now we're at the condensator's bottom bit. We will need a power cable. Yeah, I need like 64 universal cable, like geez. There we go, 64. Alright, from here, we just take the power core and bring it up. And there we go. It's now being given power. We want it to decondensate. So that way the liquid goes in and it turns into a gas, being sulfuric acid. We then input items through the cable here by using exporter. And then we get a liquid slurry of each varying type. Of course, we're going to have to specify which slurry we want, so we're going to have to import specific items. But each should have their individual recipe. And once their slurries are done, we can store them away. Well, technically, we can just move them into a slurry and just store them in their own respective receptacles, which will probably turn into like 64s. Just for the sake of storage, but it's a whole hodgepodge that doesn't need to be go into just yet. Okay. From here, the fluid laser relay, we're going to want to connect up to here. So we will get some cable, like so. And we'll get another tank. Thankfully, we've got plenty of fluid tanks of this small variety at our disposal. Honestly, what I probably could have done is just placed it here. I like it being top to bottom most of the time. Okay. Let's quickly take that out. Let's get the exporter. Or at least make one, I mean. That is another exporter. Place it down. Alright. Let us get a jerry can for sulfuric acid. Priority here should be 1. Set. Okay. Did it not set as 1? Okay, now it says 1 for some reason. Okay. Yeah, we want the fluids to be... we don't want the fluids to go too much into the other machine, but I digress. That is a concern for another time. Alright, we want fluids, we want sulfuric acid to go in here. We lock that as the usual type. Okay. We get the laser relay. We get that connected. Get the laser wrench. We put that in there, and there we go. We've got sulfuric acid going into the machines. It's going to be a slow process, of course, given it's just literally one sulfuric acid pump going through everything. But it should slowly pump respectfully for each one. And I'm just kind of hoping that things just work out. Let's see. Is there an exit for these fluids? There is no specified fluid extraction here. Okay, so I guess I input the items wherever I want. And I guess we go from there, unless you have to put it in through the front, in which case, okay, there's that option. I don't know. It's a lot. All right, let's just see. All right, we're gonna need exporters, at least 7. All right, we've got 1. We should probably put the cable in first. All right, we're gonna need formation cores. Get 6. Alright, that's 7 exporters, cable. Alright, we get the cable, we place 1 here. Now, this should work, and I'll start with iron just to be certain. We're gonna start with iron clusters, because that is what we get from our machine. So if it's going to be anything, it's going to be iron that we're going to start with. Okay, so it does work. We just need to make sure we have each one listed for their own respective one. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's get our cable system set. Like so. Alright. Okay, now the chemicals are set up. We're going to need to get our other respective ones. Alright, we have a number of slurries that we can make. We've got copper, gold, iron, lead, osmium, silver, tin. Of course there's the clean, but we're going to ignore the clean, so we need... Alright, copper. Alright, so we're going to want gold. Alright, gold will go in here. I do believe. So we got iron, we got gold. So now we're making iron slurry, we're making gold slurry. Slowly but surely. Okay. Of course, this process is probably going to stop at some point, but that's par for the course. I hadn't expected this to be a fast process. But hey, we're making slurry, so that's the important bit here. Okay. So iron slurry, gold slurry. What else? We want... What was it? I've already got it set up here. Like, it's gold. We went with osmium. So we'll get an osmium slurry. We'll get a copper slurry. Okay, copper slurry. And next to that is the tin slurry. Not platinum. We need tin. Here's the tin clusters. Get the tin. Alright, we want silver. Okay, silver geode. There we go. And we want lead. And that is the 7 types that we can use. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it doesn't cover all the ores, unfortunately, this slurry business. But it does cover as much as you feasibly can get. So basically, expect it not to cover everything, but it will cover what you can. Alright, silver and lead. There we go. Put in the clusters back, and now you have your slurries set up and ready to go. Of course, now we're going to have to purify said slurries, which I'm not sure if they are liquid or not, but it doesn't seem like they are, at least from what I believe. In which case, we've got a job to do. We've got to get the tanks set up, so that way they transfer like they did before. And then we'll go from there. Which sounds pretty simple enough. Ugh. But hey, this is a complex machine in of itself, so... Yeah, this is painful in some cases. Oh, right. Alright, well, I guess I can't expand this any further, but I guess I can expand upwards, so I can make double the amount, I guess. That is an option. Alright. Alright, dissolution chamber, slurries, right. That is next. Alright, we can't currently make any more than 1,000, so that's good. Or 10,000, so that's good. Alright. How do we make a clean iron slurry? We need chemical washers. So we need buckets, basic gas tanks. Oh boy. Yet another set of materials that is just crazy, god. Just too much. It's just too much at this point. Okay. Alright. Well, that's done. I'm assuming this is a gas. So we're going to need 6 tanks anyways. Alright, with Mekanism we get the basic gas tanks. We'll get 6 of them, so that way we can place them in a row. So we can prep them ahead of time, so we don't have to worry about them in the near future. Alright, let's just turn them all off for now. Alright. Almost. Okay, that's 4. 5, and last one. Alright, that is all the tanks set up. They are basically non-interactable currently, but that is going to change really quick. Place those here. Oh, right, we need one more tank. Hold on. There we go. Quickly organize that. Alright, cancel that. Take this. Place it right here. And there we go. Okay. We want it to input here. We're going to output in the center. Now it should add iron slurry. Yep. It is a gas, so input, output. Input, output. There we go. Input, output. Input, output. Input, output. And finally, input, output. There we go. Mind you, this is not the most efficient means of us doing this, but it is basically helping us store the slurries at least, and it will help us organize the next set of machines that we have to go through. And it also means that the slurries will not impede upon themselves when we go about making the next bit, which is going to require us going up and probably moving the machines accordingly, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, from here, we take the machines, and if I'm not mistaken, we've got to purify them, in a sense. Alright, so we got to turn this iron slurry into a clean iron slurry via the chemical washer. So for that, we're going to need 7 buckets, so let's quickly go about making those first, which is going to require iron plates. We've got... how many buckets? Yeah, we only have 1, so... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'll make an extra 3, just to be safe. Just compress those. We'll take out the extra palladium, because I've been trying to process that every now and again. Even though I don't necessarily have to, but it does help to have. If only for the purposes of just making sure that we have the materials to level up a rocket. Because goodness knows we go through a lot of those resources. Alright, slurry. Alright. Alright, the slurry requires a chemical washer, which... Alright, we've got the chemical... Here we go, chemical washer. It's going to require 7 steel casing, 7 basic gas tanks, and the everything else that is there. Alright, 7 steel casing. We've got the basic control circuits and the enriched alloys, I do believe, so we just need the tanks. Alright, that's 7 basic gas tanks. 7 steel casing. We've got 7 buckets, so that isn't an issue. We can put them away. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Done. And any excess we've probably just thrown away, or stored away, I should say, specifically. So that is an issue. Alright, what is this machine? Alright, there's an input on one side, there's an output on the other. And at the top there's another thing. So let's see. I'm guessing you put the water through the top, Then you put the slurry through the left, and then you get the clean iron slurry on the right. So what you gotta do is you gotta take this. We are going to move the cable up a step. So we're going to move it like that. And we're just going to make sure each one is like this, actually. Like so. Like so. As such. And I'll even do it here as well. Alright. Now, theoretically, the chemical washers should be working with ease. So what we do is place this here. And essentially we just take the pipe and just circle it around. And it should work in that sense. Because all we would need to do then is just put water on the tops. And then extract via the other side. By using a tank. Which should work, in theory. Alright. Advanced pressurized tube. Let's get this going to here. Like so. Alright, iron slurry pumps out. With ease. No confliction, so that is a good thing. Alright. Gonna be awkward to provide water, but that's fine. We'll figure out something, I'm sure. Alright. Every slurry has been inserted. We've now got to provide the water, which is a liquid, so honestly, a fluid laser relay could do the job here. And it would effectively do so, actually. And we've got water coming out from here already, so what we do is I guess we just place the water, or place a relay there. And it'll pump through, I guess? Yeah, there we go. It makes clean iron slurry, and then we just pump it out via a tank. Somewhere. I'm guessing up, because that would be the easiest way to do it. And because it's a gas, it won't be that interference heavy, I don't think. Whew, it's a lot. Alright, fluid laser relays. Let's see if I can make more. Alright, I've currently got 4 energy laser relays. I'm going to need more, so I'm going to need to make some more energy laser relays. I've got everything but the advanced coils, which I do have enough to make. I've got 4 easily. Alright, let's make 16. I should only need... I might as well convert the lot, just in case. I'll convert them all into fluid laser relays. There we go. Now I got 16 to work with. I'll just quickly hop over to each one, turn these into slurries of their own variety. Alright. We quickly connect these up to the water. It's going to drain a lot more water than anticipated, but that's fine. We're here to make sure these chemical machineries get their due need. Okay, we're going to need this one next. Okay. Okay, that's a bit far, but that's fine. All we gotta do is just take from here. We'll have this one take from here, and we'll have this one take from here? Yeah. Basically, they'll all get water, is what I'm trying to say. They'll all get water, they'll get clean slurry in turn, and then we can just convert it into yet another resource. Huh, pain. And now we're just coming up to near final steps, which is kind of shocking in a sense. Because that means I've only got so much sulfuric acid to go through. And now that I think about it, because of how much sulfuric acid I got, it's not going to be a lot. I just kind of hope it doesn't run out. Well, I guess it won't well, no, it already did. Never mind. It's fine. The point is we're getting as much as we can. That's the point. So, once we get more sulfur generating, then we'll be good. So I'll have to make a sulfur generator at some point, but I can do that another time. I'll just give a rough explanation. It doesn't matter. The point is that we've got a lot of progress done. And my throat's getting sore, I must admit, because this is a lot of stuff I have to do. Okay, I'm gonna take a... I just need a minute. Give me a second. I need a drink. Because this... Talking this much has just drained me a little bit, so I apologize, but yeah. Whew, okay. Alright, that was nice. That was a good drink. I needed that. So, now that we've got the clean iron slurry, we just need to change that into something else. Alright, to make copper crystals, we need a chemical crystallizer. And we're going to need 7 of them. Okay, chemical crystallizer. Here we go. It's going to require 2 basic gas tanks, a steel casing, 2 atomic alloys, 4 basic control circuits, and yeah, steel casing. So let's start with the atomic alloys, because those take time to make. I know that for a fact. So, in order for us to make atomic alloys, we need to get diamond dust, or a compressed diamond, and make them into enriched alloys from... Or we need to turn enriched alloys and compressed diamonds into reinforced alloys. Thankfully we have 91, so we can make this happen. We just need to do it. We currently have 7, which is definitely not enough. And we currently don't have enough to compress the diamonds. Or at least we don't have compressed diamonds yet. But that is an easy process because 1 diamond is 1 compressed diamond basically, so... So we just need 4 diamonds to be compressed, is all we need. Or rather, I should say enriched, specifically. So we need the enrichment chamber over here. We'll produce that. We'll have 2 enriched alloys going. We'll get compressed diamond here. Once this is done, we'll get another compressed diamond placed into position. There we go. And once these reinforced alloys start working up, then we can start working on the other one. I'll get an 8 here, so that way I can start getting 3 of them working. And have them work 3 times as fast, basically. We already have compressed obsidian, so I just need to put 1 into place here. As long as we get enough to supply at least 1 stack. Yep, that should be it. And we just put in the 8 reinforced alloy. And the rest is basically history. Place in the 1 here, so that way we can get that running and groaning. Like so. 5, 7, get 1 here, there we go, 8, Boom, boom, done. Now the atomic alloy is going. Alright, I'm back. Apologies for that. That was just family calling and seeing if I wanted food. Because it's reaching about that time. Which, you know, makes sense. It's understandable. Alright, let's put the glowstone away. And we've got a ton of atomic alloys. I don't think we have enough for what we're looking for. The chemical crystallizers. But we're getting there to the point where that we can start making them, so... Alright, so basic gas tanks, we're going to need, for 7, we're going to need 14. 3. Alright, that is the tanks set up. I'll just put them away for the purposes of design. We got the universal cable, pressure tanks, we'll put the fluid laser relays away. We're going to need 7 steel casings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, made an extra one by accident, but that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I just barely had enough for 7. Perfect. Now we've got the last tidbit here. Now we've got the last tidbit that is going to be required for this machine to eventually eventually turn into items. So what we do is we just wire it up. Or differently, I guess. How do I do this? I guess I could do it differently. What I could do is, I need it so I place a tank here and then it goes up, so... I guess it's going to be designed like this. In power cord cases. Like so. It's going to be a bit awkward, but that's fine. I've kind of been doing this like very tight and very compact, so I'd say that's perfectly fine. Alright. Chemical chambers. We place one here, to here, to here, 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 and finally here. Oh, wait, that's 6. Yeah, no, that... Alright, that covers 6, but we don't cover the 7th one. So I need a bit more cable, so... do it like this. And there. At least I do believe this is the recipe. Or at least the design, I should say. So we put the chemical crystallizer here. Now that it has power... yeah, no, we just put the clean iron slurry in. And it should process into iron crystals, in which case we just get the chemical injection chamber, which is yet another recipe that we have to go through, which is... oh, it's exhausting. Who knows? Maybe we'll have to put it off, but... No, I'm definitely not doing that, though. No. I've gotten too far to just step down now. Okay. We get 7 tanks more. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, 7 tanks. Organize them as such. So get them like so. Alright, make sure they're all turned off for now. So that way we can organize them properly. But hey, once it's done, we do have them in physical form, so we can then transfer them elsewhere. which I'm not going to complain about. Because that means that once they're in physical form, then we can store them in our inventories, or their, the storage tank. Or, not the storage tank, what am I saying? I can store it in my ME system, and I can then finally, and I mean finally, start pursuing them into actual items, put simply. So what I do is just place them like so, make sure they're all positioned accordingly. Alright, almost there. That's one. Here's another. Here's another. And finally, we've got lead. Like so. Alright. Input, output. Input, output. Input, output. And rinse and repeat until we get all of them filled with their respective gas. Alright. And now we take the advanced pressure tubes and we place them atop here. We fill up the slurry and we make a clean iron slurry. And we convert those into crystals. In which case, the crystals we can then finally connect to the refined storage cable network, which of course we're going to have to organize a little bit, but that's fine. We'll get the cable. What we're going to need to do is place it here and just make sure it's lined up, I guess. That's really all we can do. Apologies, that seems a lag spike hit me. Okay, we just scale along the tippy top here. And we have the export come from the right side. And we just export it all out. That's really all it comes down to. But, you know, that's the recipe for literally everything here. Or rather, I get it through the import, in which case the crystals go in, and then I can just make the recipe much more simplified at that point. But I digress. Alright, we have 7 cable left, which is enough for the importers, but we're still going to need more, we're going to need a more advanced pressurized tube, so we'll go through that. Okay, pressurized tube. Alright, we've got 33 advanced pressurized tubes now. Perfectly enough for what we're trying to do. There we go. Now we've got gold, we've got osmium. Then we get copper. We get tin. Then we convert the tin into... We get silver next. And finally lead, in which case all of them start making their respective slurry, which makes silver crystals, which we can finally convert into something else. But to give you an idea, yeah, that's a lot. But we're getting 10 times the yield, comparatively to what I originally had thought, which was 5 times the yield. Which means, well, we're getting about 10 times, or getting 10 times the ore for, or rather 10 times the crystals for 1 ore. Which means if we go through the entire process, we're basically getting 10 times our results. Which is nice. Albeit painful to build. Alright, let's make our importers. We're gonna need 7 annihilation cores. Alright. Alright, 7 importers. We just place them like so, and they will take out the they'll take out the crystals for us. make our job a little simpler, essentially. We don't need to filter or anything. They basically just take them out, and we're basically golden. And that's that. That slurry is just going to process until there is no more chemical sulfur oxide or whatever have you. And yeah, no, I think 6 was just perfectly enough, considering how much we're processing at this rate. Of course, we're down to 0 now, but that's fine. Alright. And with that, yeah, there's nothing else that we can do here. But yeah, no, that's the crystals. Now we've got one last step, I think. Or at least a few last steps, I should say. We've got to get them through the crusher, and we've got to do a whole bunch of other stuff. But we're almost done. We're almost done. Alright, for the iron, because we now have the iron crystals, we now need a chemical injection chamber, and that will make iron shards. The iron shards will get thrown through the purification chamber, which will make iron clumps, which will then throw through the crushers, which is here. So we got 2 more machines to go through before we're done. But once we are done, it is basically the home stretch. And we shouldn't need to worry too much about the designs here. It's just more so just processing more than anything. Or at least that's what I believe the recipes are. So we should feasibly be able to compress it all into this position here, each with their respective forms. But yeah, now that we've got the crusher, we just need to get the chemical injection chamber, which is reinforced alloys and elite control units, and purification chambers. So basically, okay, so we're going to need 7 purification chambers to get 7 chemical injection chambers, so... Alright, purification chambers are, I guess, easy? We're gonna need, yeah. We're gonna need purification chambers, which requires advanced control circuits, which I think I can make. Yeah, we just need these circuits themselves, so... We're gonna need 14 advanced control circuits. Alright, 14 circuits. Alright, we're going to need enrichment chambers, which... Oh no, we've ran out of osmium. No! We're out of osmium. Ah! Alright. Well, we're almost there. I'm going to have to sacrifice some osmium, sadly, but... It's for a good cause, considering literally all this processing is literally for this. Alright, let's get some osmium dust. We'll just convert it all into a material. Come on. Get a bunch of 12, I guess. We tried, at least. We tried to get as much as we could. We'll let those 64 grind up. We're probably going to get more osmium as a result, but kind of sad that I have to do this, but it's fine. It needs to be done in order to make the recipes. Oh, that's 1 enrichment chamber. Get the steel casing in there. Alright, that's 6. 1 more. There we go. I'll get the enrichment chambers now. There we go. And to think I still have more... Oh, man. We need more osmium. We need more... Oh, man. Okay, well at least the osmium's going through. We gotta pump up more power here. That's fine. Well, at least we're making a lot of power. And I can say that is a good thing. Okay, we'll put in the rest of the osmium. We're going to need more enriched alloys, so we'll get some iron, which we do not have a lot of, actually. Oh dear. How's our... Do we not have any iron grit? I guess we don't. In which case, I guess we're going to have to grind up another stack of iron. Which makes things a bit more annoying, but oh well. There we go. Just get that all just thrown in. Alright, iron, iron. Come on. Mix that up. There we go. Get the osmium. There we go. I think I should have some more, but I'm not sure. Alright, we got atomic alloys, we got reinforced alloys. So we're not lacking in the reinforced department, which is something we needed for this recipe, so that is a good thing, I think. Okay, let's get the rest of the iron cooking up. Get the iron here. Put all this away for now. Get another purification chamber, which is going to require us a enriched alloy, so I guess 16 and yeah, I'll get some redstone, 16 specifically. Oh boy. Yeah, we're running on fumes for resources now. I might have to do some mining at this rate. Which is a kind of a shocker, because I haven't done that in a while. Not a bad thing, though. It's not a bad thing to run out of resources in some cases. It just means that you need that much, more than anything. Okay, get this iron, get the... Alright, get the iron split up. Get the iron itself, there we go. Put the nickel away, we'll let the iron smelt up. At least we're not running out of gold, so that's a good thing. Get the rich alloys. Running on fumes for resources though, so I gotta keep that in mind. Alright, one more enrichment chamber. There we go. Purification chamber has been set. And the purification chamber makes the chemical injection chamber, which is going to require elite control circuits, which is going to require reinforced alloys. Oh boy. And we need 7 of those. Oh goody. Oh man. Alright, well at least I got the majority of what I needed, so alright, there we go. Let's just toss that in so we get more crystals, I guess. Okay. So, purification chamber, we've technically got that. We got the chemical injection chamber. We're gonna have to put the purification chambers away because we need the chemical injection chamber. Alright. We can only theoretically make 1, I think. So we're going to have to make some elite control units, which is going to require the advanced control circuit, so I think I'm only going to get away with making 1 of these for now, but that's fine. I'd rather make 1 than all of them, at least. Or at least I'd like to get 1 at least. Alright, Mekanism. We need 1 purification chamber. There we go. We've got a chemical injection chamber. It is not the absolute end-all be-all for the materials, but it is something. At the very least, we can get iron set up, so that's a good thing. Okay, so we get this here. And then we can place our chemical injection chamber on top, because the resource goes here, then we get this here. Okay, advanced universal cable. It'll just extend a little bit, like so. Let us get the chemical injection chamber, like so. Place it here. And there we go. We've got a chemical injection chamber. Alright, we're probably only going to be able to make one chemical injection chamber for now, and we can probably make one for the iron slurry, basically, but we won't be able to make more than that. But considering how much time we have, I don't think I'm going to be able to get as many as I want, but I can always do that in downtime, or whatever else I want to do. Alright, because of this, I'm going to need the chemical... Alright, chemical crystallizer is already set up, so iron crystal is made into iron shard because of the chemical injection chamber. We're going to need a purification chamber to turn it into an iron clump, which we already do have a purification chamber. Because we had to use literally one to make the machine. So we get the purification chamber set up. So, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly dismantle some of these pipes and make use of them while I'm here. Here we go. I should only need 3 for this. I need 3 inputs, 3 outputs. Yeah. Okay, so we get an exporter on the top. We get an importer on the side, like so. Get the other exporter set, like so. Get the 3 cable, like so. Now, do I have the cable for it? I do not, so we'll just make another 60, which thankfully we do have in abundance. I guess... Yeah, no, I guess I just connect it like so. There's no really official way to do it, and it's not like I'm looking for optimization here. So it might look a bit wonky, but this is peak performance, I guess, technically. Alright, so we get the chemical injection chamber. Alright, iron crystals. We start with that. We export iron crystals into there. Oh, right, we're going to actually need to export as well another item. But we need to put that through the purple one. Okay, so output goes on the right, but purple goes in the front. So what we do is we get another export. Another 7, I should say. Alright. Oh, we're running out of cable, that's fine. And we've ran out of exporters, that's fine. Thankfully, we only need 1. Ah, no, I dropped it. 1 sec. There we go. Thankfully, we only need 1 for this. Thankfully. Doesn't change the fact that I still need it, but hey, that's fine. Alright, now we need to import something to deal with the iron crystals. Okay, chemical injection chamber. Let's see. What is needed? I need... For the crystals anyways. The crystals require either salt or hydrogen what? Hydrogen chloride. Alright, so I don't have hydrogen chloride, but I do have salt, I believe. I don't have a lot of salt, but I do have primal core salt and Mekanism salt, so I'll just use either of them for this. So export the hydrogen first and the fire salt next. Either way, it'll work. Basically, it'll grind away. I'm going to have to probably do it in stacks at some point when I get the upgrade, but hey. Once it's stacked up, it should be fine. Okay, that'll produce a clump, though. Alright. Alright, we've made an iron shard. An iron shard with a flint, which I have an immense amount of, actually. So what I'll do is I'll take the exporter here with the purification chamber, and I will get the exporter placed here. I'll get some of my flint here, place that in there, and we'll make sure this is extra. There we go. We'll turn off everything else. Well, except for input, output, and extra. We'll put in that flint, like so. And then we put in the iron shard, which will go in the exporter here. So if an iron shard comes out, which it does, we can start grinding that up, and it will turn into something else. To which we start putting into crusher, which we start putting in the enrichment chamber, and finally into the smelter. Alright, so let's see, it just processes into an iron clump. Alright, iron clump has been made. We put the iron clumps in the exporter up here. That'll grind away. And that'll make a new machine, or a new item, which will make dirty iron ore. Which we use in the enrichment chamber by putting the dirty iron ore there. And we let that purify into iron grits. And finally, because of its already set up position, this machine should turn on, because it turns into iron grits. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you make 10 times your ore value from a complete machine in Sevtech Ages. It takes a lot in resources. It takes a lot of time and effort to build it. It takes a lot of planning to make it organized as this. But it is possible. And it only does 7 ores, but it's still possible. It's not a good thing. Well, it technically is a good thing, because it can just automate itself. It's not the end-all be-all for resource management, because of course you're going to need a ton of salt, you're going to need a ton of hydrogen, but the machining does work, you just need a lot of materials. To make salt, well, you just need to get the brine, I guess. Which I have no idea if you can get quite efficiently. I mean, there's hydrogen chloride, which is an option, so you can make it that way. I'm not sure if there's like an automated version of salt that you can get. I guess you got the salt blocks, which can turn into salts. There's the crusher, there's the millstone. Salt is merely just a potential option. Apparently in a distiller you can use salt, though. But yeah, no, salt is literally the best course of action in regards to making this machine work. among the other option, which is what? Hold on. All right, there is of course the purification chamber, which we'll worry about. I will worry about the other options later, but just to show you which option we're probably going to rock with for the near future, we're probably not going to rock with salt. We're probably not going to rock with flint, because they are non-renewable resources currently, and something we don't have a lot of. So what we're probably going to do is, with the recipe, we're probably going to want hydrogen chloride. To get hydrogen chloride, well... Alright, hydrogen chloride. We're going to need hydrogen and chlorine. So, I guess that's another setup that we're going to have to make. Chlorine is basically sodium and chlorine, which comes from brine. So basically it's another... It's basically saying that we're going to need water and brine in order to make this. So how do you make brine? Well, salt, obviously. Gaseous brine. So we're going to need salt either way for this brine. The brine makes a salt if you want to go through the chemical crystallizer. Or you can go with the hydrogen chloride option, which is basically chlorine and hydrogen. Hydrogen, easy. Chlorine is basically sodium and chlorine. And it's going to require brine on the side anyway, so yeah. Okay. Basically, it is a lot of work. I will probably make a stream of that next time, where we try and finish this off, but I mean, we did complete what we tried to do. I thought we were going to do much more, but no, this is literally all we had to do. We literally made a new power source, which we used the advanced generators for. We got a nice power source, mind you, and it's still kept us full on power, so that's a plus. And we've now made a thing that's made 10 times our ore. Albeit it's a costly endeavor, and you have to automate it to high hell, but if you automate it, it's basically done for you. So I'm going to have to make sulfur, and I'm going to have to make salt, I'm going to have to make flint, I don't know. We'll worry about that at a later date. But I digress. For those of you on YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, hit the bell notification if you want to see more of my stuff. I stream daily, so if you want to catch more of my streams, you can catch me at 3 to 7 MST time in the description down below in my Twitch channel. For those of you on Twitch or coming to Twitch from YouTube, I hope you guys enjoyed. Follows are always appreciated. The more follows I have, the more content I can give you guys. If you want to see more of my content that I haven't posted already in the Twitch channel, you can find that in the YouTube description down below, because that is where I save all of my VODs, so if you want to find something specific, that is the place to do it. But I digress. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream, despite it just being building and a lot of technical know-how, but I'm sure somebody might have found it interesting. But I digress. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I'll see you guys in the next stream. Take care, everyone, and have a good day.